Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for February the 7th to order at this time. And it is customary for us to begin each one of our meetings with a prayer by a sitting commissioner. During this time, you're welcome to stand and join us in the prayer. You're welcome to use this time for your own prayer, or you're certainly welcome to use it for a moment of silence, ever how you see fit. And then after the prayer, we will have a pledge of allegiance to the flag, of course. Commissioner Outlaw would lead us in that. And at this time, I'd like to call on Commissioner Gwen Wilkins for the invocation. Ms. Wilkins.
Let all pray. Dear God, we thank you for life and all that it gives. We thank you for all who are gathered here today for the interests of Nash County. Thank you for the citizens who have come, our Nash County staff, commissioners, and all the residents of Nash County. Give us all the courage to make, do, and say what is respectful of one another and pleasing in your sight. This we ask in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioners. At this time, we're on item 4 on our agenda, which is approval of the minutes. We had a meeting on January the 3rd and a regular meeting on January the 18th. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for approval of those minutes or any corrections or additions that a commissioner sees fit.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion to approve the 2 minutes by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Minutes stand approved, and thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on the agenda, and just before that, I'm going to give a couple of house rules. If I could, when we have speakers at the podium, we will be cleaning the speaker. We will be cleaning the podium, not the speaker, between each speaker, if you'll give just a moment to do that. And we do request that you wear masks in the boardroom, if you would, and leaving the building due to our concern about the citizens of Nash County and certainly our employees as well. And if you have a cell phone that's turned on, if you would silence that, and I apologize for that. And I did remove mine so you could understand what I'm saying. I'm told I'm a little bit difficult to understand anyway, and if I keep this mask on, I promise you, you won't know where we're at on the agenda. But I will put it on anytime I leave my seat, and thank you. Public comment is a period of time. It's item number 5, that anyone that's here that wishes to speak to the Board of Commissioners that is not on the agenda in a public hearing or any other item on the agenda. And of course, if you are here to speak on that, which I feel like some of you may be, we'd ask that you wait till that item appears on the agenda. But if it's anyone else, we'd certainly like to hear from you. We do this at the first meeting in every month. We do have a sign-up period out front before the meeting and a list that is formulated. And if you missed that and didn't realize you had to sign up, I'll call on the ones that did sign up, and then of course I would, the board would like to hear from our citizens, so we would entertain anyone else that missed that part of it. We would ask that you keep your comments somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes if possible. And the first person that had to sign up is a Robert B. Pike, the second, and we'd ask for Robert to come forward at this time and to state his name and address for the record.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Bryce Pike, Morehead City. Grew up here in Nashville. Now practice law with the Pike Law Firm in Morehead City, and I represent the concerned landowners of Nash County. Concerned landowners of Nash County are a group of landowners that collectively own thousands of acres in Nash County and are concerned that the county commissioners and county planning board are not doing enough to help farmers and not doing enough to preserve the character and heritage of our county. My clients are aware that the county's land development plan is outdated, centered around promoting residential development, and is currently in the process of being updated. My clients feel that the theme of the updated land development plan is promoting residential development. My clients are concerned about this, and every citizen of Nash County should be as well. According to a study done by the University of Mount Olive in 2017, for every dollar that is produced off of residential development in North Carolina, it costs the county, each county, on average $1.23 to provide services to these developments. Simply put, the county loses money on residential development. According to the same study done by the University of Mount Olive, every dollar generated on ag and commercial land uses equates to a surplus of money to the county. The county makes 66 cents for every dollar generated on a piece of commercial property, and the county makes 41 cents for every dollar generated on a piece of ag property. To summarize, residential developments are not an income generator from the county, and agriculture and commercial uses are. Nash County is unique. The Indians were farming the land here for thousands of years before the European settlers arrived here in the 1400s. Farming sustained the colonists in North Carolina and is now and continues to be the #1 income driver of this state. According to the most recent census of agriculture done in 2017, Nash County sold $190 million worth of agricultural products. According to the 2020 USDA Agricultural Statistics Survey, Nash County is the second largest sweet potato producing county in the state and most likely the country. Farming is important to the residents of Nash County. The products we produce here are important to the food security of our state and nation. I'm sure that at some point, everybody sitting before me has said that they support the farmer. Well, now it's time to. We're at a critical juncture in this county in regards to farming. Farmers have to deal with weather, regulation, market trends, and countless other variables in order to make a living and put food on our plate. We beg you, please do not make the new land development plan a variable that will work against the farmer. If that is done, you will leave the farmer with no other choice but begin to work against other interests to get this changed. Our county cannot take another 20 years of rapid residential development. Farming supported Nash County before it was even a county. Farming supported Nash County when corporations like Hardee's and Centura left our county. It supported our county when the textile mills left. Farming supported our county during the 2008 financial crisis that bankrupted so many residential developers. Farming supports our county today, and we need to make certain that it will continue to be the bedrock of our economy and the soul of our county that it has been for so many years. We understand homes are necessary. However, we understand how to balance a checkbook as well. You cannot spend more money than you make. Therefore, a county cannot have more residential development than it does ag or industrial uses. Our group will be monitoring the progress of the committee updating the land development plan. You'll be receiving updates from me. You'll be receiving the reports that I'm citing today. I'll be emailing those to you in the near future. I hope that you will pay attention to the things that I'll send you. Please do not continue to throw away the character of our county and discount the contribution of the farmer and the ag economy to this county. I want to leave you, excuse me for a second. I'm going to leave y'all with a quote from one of my favorite songs, and I feel like it summarizes my heritage and character and the heritage and character of this county. And I hope my grandkids and your grandkids will say it summarizes their character and heritage. The life on the farm is kind of laid back. An old country boy like me can't hack. It's early to rise and early in the sack. Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, the simple kind of life never did me no harm, raising me a family and working on the farm. My days are filled with an easy country charm. Thank God I'm a country boy. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you guys will consider what we said today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pike. Appreciate you being in Nash County. And if we could hold applause, I generally would prefer that not to be in the commissioner's room to allow us to keep moving along. And I just ask for your help in that if I could. Cephas Ray is the next speaker that signed up. Morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning. Cephas Ray, 7673 Stony Hill Church Road, Bailey, North Carolina. Anything else I need besides that?
No, sir. I think you're documented well here, sir. Good to see you again.
Thank you, sir. This is where I put that thing. There you go.
Works good.
Yeah, I showed y'all a picture when I was here last year, and this is a different picture at the convenience site number 1, waste convenience site over in Bailey. Out there, I guess it's Middlesex address. But it's only, I only go through there a few times a year, a few times a month, excuse me. And that hill slopes downward approximately 4.7 degrees. And then where that truck is set to the side there, coming out of the convenience center, there's a drop off, if you will. It's kind of like an inverted speed bump. And I have degenerate discs. Other people have other problems with the back. But that's a real concern to me when I turn in. And I can slow down to 1 mile an hour, still moving, not break the law, but I'm going to back traffic up even more than what you see there at times. And when you come out, it's the same situation. I'm making a left-hand turn going back toward my house. I got to go straight across before turning. I can't turn at an angle coming out without bothering me. So I'd like to see that bump done away with. It's not a necessity as far as drainage is concerned. And I've mentioned you before, I'd like to see turn lane both directions because of that traffic situation. It's only 4 miles from my house to Highway 231. And like I said, I don't go that way very often, maybe twice a month. And I go to the dump maybe once a week. So like I said, it's no big deal from my standpoint, but people going back and forth to work and having to slow down, farm traffic. And I mentioned also about an impound fee for the new residents that's coming back to Nash County, especially on that road, but not just sort of there, wherever. Because all these people that come in are not necessarily Nash County residents originally. And the impound fees can range different areas, anywhere from a very nominal amount up to $15,000. And that would help the county as far as money that's needed for whatever purpose necessary, or help the state in a manner of speaking as far as roads, these turn lanes. Let's see a turn lane there at the Senior Center, Southern Nash Senior Center, and Bailey Middlesex Park. There's a curve in that vicinity on both sides of the entrance. And as you come out of it or go into the Southern Nash Senior Center, to the west side, there's a hill, and when the grass and weeds grow, it's already, even now, looking, it's, well, you may consider it a hazard, you may not consider it a hazard, but still, it's something to deal with, people coming in and leaving that senior center. And I feel like eventually there's going to be an accident there, and as the traffic gets more consistent, people up the road building, where the building is, it's a main thoroughfare to leave the area over Green Pond area to come right through to go to Raleigh. But that's main traffic going back and forth. You got school buses in there, you got farm people traveling there. So, but that hill needs to be taken down. And here again, if you put a turn lane in there, that'll help alleviate the situation. And one other thing, an individual mentioned to me yesterday was the need for a roundabout or a stoplight at 581 in Stony Hill Church Road. There's been numerous accidents there in the past, but not one a week necessarily, but there's been numerous accidents. And here again, the traffic in the morning, school traffic, the afternoon traffic, people going back and forth to work. It's just the situation. It's getting worse, and with more houses coming, more people there. And you know very well, most people have in a home, there's two people, not necessarily married always. And sometimes they got children to drive, so there's 2 or 3 different vehicles from each residence in that area. And personally, here again, I don't like turning roundabouts. I'd much rather see a roundabout there than I had a 4-way stop sign or a stoplight. And y'all can do what you have to necessary. If I need to do something otherwise, go to DOT. If y'all inform me who to talk to, I'll be glad to go myself. But I think coming from the commissioners, it'd be more effective than it would from an individual.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. Cephas, let me, Mr. Ray, let me ask you one thing. When you say an inverted traffic bump, are you saying there's a drop-off when you leave the road going into the driveway? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, I don't have it right with me now, but I took a 4-foot level out there. I forgot what the drop-off was in 4 feet.
Okay.
But
That's good enough. I just want to make sure I understood.
But it drops off in 2-foot span. It goes from here to here,
Okay.
so to speak.
Okay.
If you go in there at 5 miles an hour, it's not a straight road. You're turning, so it's 4 bumps there.
Gotcha.
And somewhere when you exit.
See, DOT did go out there last week, so they're evaluating the situation. They went last week.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. You would note that and let's talk about it. All right, I didn't have anyone else to sign up. Is there someone here that wished to speak about an item not on the agenda? Don't see anyone moving. I appreciate that, and appreciate those 2 speakers being here this morning. We're now on item number 6, which is the State of the County Address, and that's a time in which each year the chairman just does an update for the county, and I'm pleased to do that on behalf of the board this morning. And if you'll bear with us with just a little change that we need to make, we'll be right back with you. Good morning again, everyone.
Good morning.
There's more people out there than that. Good morning again, everyone. Thank you. And no, I did not used to be a school teacher, I promise you that. First of all, I'd like to welcome some of our mayors that I see in the audience this morning, and if I missed one of you, the mask kind of throw you off, but I do see we have James Austin with the town of Castalia. James, if you'll raise your hand. We have Jackie Vick with the town of Dorchester. Jackie, thank you for being here. Lou Harvey Lewis with the town of Middlesex. Lou Harvey, thank you for being here. Kenneth Parker with the town of Momire. Good morning, Mr. Parker. Sandy Robertson with the town of Rocky Mount. Welcome, excuse me, the city of Rocky Mount. I apologize, sir. And I don't see anyone else. Is there another mayor here that I missed? Well, I certainly appreciate y'all being here, and I appreciate the sheriff being here as well. hadn't seen you at one of our meetings lately, Sheriff. We must be doing okay. But I will start now, and I'll move through it as quickly as I can. There was a lot of data that I captured during the year in my notes, and we did add some pictures to it this year to try to keep it a little more interesting that you'll see on the screen as I go through. And I would just say this is the state of Nash County for 2021. On behalf of the Board of Commissioners, I am pleased to give an update on Nash County for 2021. Year 2021 has been very much like 2020, as our unknowns and challenges have continued, as we all know. The name COVID-19 will have to be renamed to COVID-19, COVID-20, COVID-21, COVID-22, and that's as far as we know at the current time. This worldwide pandemic has allowed Nash County to show just how great of a county that we live in. Our Board of Elected Officials, our administrative team, and our employees have stood up to the ever-changing task at hand very well. They have kept our 96,000 residents very well informed with the latest information, and they have remained open in all departments to provide the needed services, and that is greatly appreciated by the board. It has been a year of change, many changes. First of all, back in July, we lost a sitting commissioner when Mary Wells passed away while serving in office. She was replaced by our newest member, Gwen Wilkins, who was recommended by the Democratic Party of Nash County and appointed by the Nash County Board of Commissioners. Commissioner Arrington completed his first year on the board after being elected to District 1 seat formerly held by the retiring Lou Richardson. The Board of Commissioners selected Stacy Satzler for our next county manager to replace the retiring Z. Lamb after serving the county for 8 years. Our Emergency Services Director, Brian Brantley, retired in September after serving the county for more than 36 years. County Manager Z. Lamb at the time, with the full blessings of the Board of Commissioners, appointed Scott Rogers, our Deputy Director, as our new Director. In 2021, we also lost our elected Register of Deeds, Ann Melvin, unexpectedly while in office. The Board of Commissioners appointed Sandra Davis, the Deputy Register of Deeds, after receiving her recommendation from the Nash County Democratic Party to complete this term. The county also lost a member of our law enforcement family, Captain Carlos Ricks, who had a medical emergency on April the 8th, 2021. Captain Ricks served nearly 25 years in our Sheriff Department and was set to retire most likely sometime this year. Another department head change happened in Veteran Services as Tyler Staverman left in 2021 to take another position. This position was quickly filled by Anthony Rogers, another employee of the department, which continued the trend of Nash County attempting to promote employees within with each opening we have. Another change in 2021 was it was a year for redistricting. The county's 7 commissioners' districts had to be redistricted to balance the population to within 5% of each other. This was done by a consultant we employed, and the new maps were approved by the Board of Commissioners prior to the deadline without too much fanfare. We also created a new department to be called the Communications Department, and our own, very own Jonathan Edwards was named our first Director of Communications. Definitely a year of change. As we can see, 2021, we had a lot of changes in the county. I'd now like to go over some capital projects. We are very proud as a board of what we've been able to accomplish the last 10 years, quite frankly, and maybe even more, about capital projects in the county. The Northern Nash Water System was completed Phase 1. With the exception of a few minor items and completion of the project punch list, construction of Phase 1 of Northern Nash Water System was completed in the fall. This work included construction of a 250,000-gallon water tank at the Red Oak Middle School and the installation of approximately 50 miles of water main, construction of a new master meter vault, and the acquisition of 2 existing wells in the counties. At present, we have installed nearly 1,100 water services and are actively serving approximately 520 water customers in that district. Total construction cost for Phase 1 was $7.7 million. In addition, the Public Utility Department is finalizing plans for an additional $1.2 million in the district and have begun the process of identifying areas that may be served in the future phase of this planned project for the fourth quarter of 2022. Another project we completed was the Middlesex Corporate Center infrastructure. That is down at Middlesex, and is our industrial park down there. In 2021, we installed 8,250 feet of water main, 3,200 linear feet of sewer main, another 250,000 gallon elevated water tank, 3,350 feet of roadway into the park. Total construction cost associated with Phase 1 was $2.9 million. Due to the interest in the Middlesex Corporate Center, the county initiated plans for Phase 2 in late 2021. Phase 2 will include constructing the remaining 3,600 feet of roadway to connect to US 64 alternate and development of a sewer master plan for the entire 430 acres located within the park. Another great achievement was completed in 2021 was the Miracle Park in the Coopers area near Coopers Middle School. In addition to opening the county's first regional park, which we opened in May, the county completed work on a 1,800 square foot concession building located in the park. In addition to housing the concessions for the park, the building also includes separate bathrooms to accommodate those with special needs that attend the park and enjoy the county's all-accessible playground. And I encourage the citizens that haven't been to that park to take time to ride out sometime. It's a very impressive park, and we're pleased to have it in Nash County and to have the playground that was put in there, which would accommodate all of our children within Nash County, particularly those that have special needs. Conversations are also underway currently regarding the possibility of moving forward with Phase 2 improvements at the park to provide additional amenities such as dog park, a discus golf course, and other outdoor activities that would enhance the utility of the park for county residents. We also completed an Elm Street storm drainage project back here behind our building. We had a very aging and failing storm drainage system back there with large pipes in it that were occasionally caving in from time to time. It was in our parking lot and also located in Elm Street. We co-partnered with the town of Nashville and were able to get grant money to complete most of that project. The total cost of the project was a little over $1 million, and we received $500 from Golden Leaf, recovery fund money from Hurricane Matthews, and we also received about $500,000 from a community development block grant. The next project that we worked on throughout 2021, and we continue to work on it, even though we completed 3 phases or 2 phases with our countywide broadband project. This is a project that the Board of Commissioners is very passionate about. We need broadband throughout the county, and when we need it for people that now work from home, which is probably 4 times more than it used to be. We need it for our students in school. And I promise you, we work every month at trying to move this along. It is a little slower project than what we anticipated it to be, but we are not allowed to do it on our own as a county. We are allowed to co-partner with a private firm, and we chose 3 years ago to join with Cloudwise out of Wilmington, and we're doing all we can to move that along. A lot of it is in service at this time, and it does very well, quite frankly. I have the privilege of having it at my new office in the Dorchester community. But we still got a long way to go to get it throughout the county, and it is an ever-evolving process, and the manner in which you do it changes. It seems like Commissioner Outlaw every time we meet Commissioner Combs, but believe me, it will be done eventually, and we'll be very proud when we have at least 90% of the county covered. Charters of Freedom. If you hadn't been over our courthouse in a few months, the county signed a letter of intent with foundation forward in late 2019 to install a replica of the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights in Nash County. Although the pandemic delayed the project, construction began in June of 2021 in front of the Nash County Courthouse, and the work is about 95% complete, particularly for those that are history buffs, and quite frankly, anybody in the county. We certainly invite you to go over and visit that. It's a very impressive structure, and it was done by a group with basically no cost to the county, and they are trying to put that in all 100 counties located in North Carolina. Those are the projects that we completed or came mighty close to completed in 2021. In 2021, and we also have numerous projects that we are beginning to move forward on. The first one is an animal facility project. We have known for quite a while we needed to replace our animal, and I don't like to use the word pound, but our animal shelter, which we have had for many years. And fortunately, we received a grant from an individual that helped us move that project quite a bit up on our capital improvements project. We have a committee that works on that, private citizens. We have a group of ladies that have helped us quite a bit and met with us each time, called the Animal Crackers. They have been in existence for quite a while. And we went through a naming process, and the Board of Commissioners will be actually certifying this name very soon. But the name that was picked by the committee that's working on it, primarily the representative from the donor of the funds and these ladies, was Nash County Pet Connection Center. I hope you like the sound of that. We wanted something that sounded nice. We wanted something that sounded friendly to the pets, and we just want to have a good feel when you go in there. And I do believe you'll be very impressed once you see you can't really see the plans up there now, but it will be completely different than one that you've seen around here in quite a while. And it will be very friendly to adoption of those animals that may be housed there. We located on the property next door to Nash Community College for a purpose. We were able to obtain a piece of land there that we bought, rather large piece of land, and it will be utilized for this, about 5 acres, and then the rest of it will be used for any addition that Nash Community College may have in the future. Very well located, and we have a vet tech program that we started about 3 years ago at Nash Community College, and the main reason for joining up with the college and putting it there is it will serve a dual purpose of giving those students somewhere to have animals close by, to be able to do their in-house training, and it will also help the county by having available those students or interns that would help us maintain the cost of operating that center. So please look forward to that, and we hope it will be bid out most any time now, and hope to have it completed right near the end of the year. We also undertook the detention facility renovations and expansion. You heard quite a bit about that the last couple of years. With the assistance of Mosley Architect, the county completed design and construction plans for a 17,000 square foot addition to the Nash County Detention Center that will include high security lockdown cells with 94 additional beds. The renovation of 12,000 square feet within the existing facility to provide an improved intake, booking area, nurses station, detention staff locker room, which we've never had, and a female segregated unit. The project will also include the renovation of existing open concept dorm number 1 to provide additional lockdown cells with 27 beds for male inmates. The county anticipates using a small amount of $1.7 million of our $18 million American Rescue Plan funds that the county received to fund this portion of the project, or the renovation of the dorm. We could not do the new part with it, but we could certainly do renovations with it. Work began on the project in the fourth quarter of 2021 and is expected to be completed in February of 2024. The construction bid was awarded to Daniels & Daniels in August of 21 at a total cost of $17.6 million. And that is the same firm that did the addition to the courthouse, and we're very familiar with that part of Nashville, so I hope it will go very well. Another project that we began in 2021 that the Board of Commissioners and our school board is very excited about is the replacement of 3 elementary schools in Nash County with the Red Oak Elementary School. And that's a name that was picked by our school board. It will replace the Red Oak Elementary School, the Swift Creek Elementary School, and the Cedar Grove Elementary School. Nash County Public School Systems work with Oakley Collier Architects to design the new building and awarded the contract this past year to HG Reynolds out of Henderson, North Carolina at a total cost of $16.8 million. It is reported at the end of December about 90% of the concrete was poured. The steel has been delivered, which is very hard to get this day and time, and quite a bit of that is up, but the project currently is about 23% complete based on the billings that we have received for it. So we're very excited to do that, get a significant number of our children out in the rural county into a brand-new school that has a lot better security, a lot better internet capabilities, and just much more modern. And what we found was that the maintenance cost on the 3 older schools had reached a point where we were spending more money on maintenance for those schools than what the debt service would be, since we were able to get a $10 million grant from the lottery system, which paid, as you see, a little over half the project. But time we get through, I'm sure we'll have $20 million in it. The next project that's going to be done with the school system is a new Northern Nash field house, as you see here. Northern Nash opened in 1966. I was there in the 9th grade, but that's the only high school we have left in the county that does not have an adequate field house, and we're very pleased to be able to work with the school system to get that done during the coming year. We have already put about $750,000 into that project, and we anticipate we'll be putting probably another $1 million in it before the year's out or in next year's budget. But it'll be a big improvement, and it'll be located on the opposite end from where the field house is now, and it will pretty much replicate what we did a few years back at Southern Nash High School. COVID grant projects, we had some money early on in the COVID grant, and we had to spend quite a bit of it, but in that we awarded 900,000 community development block grants money, and in that we used 3 components. $405,000 were for assistance payments to our residents that had maybe lost employment and needed some type of assistance with utilities or anything else that was applicable that could be used for under the grant. We also are spending $322,000 to create Wi-Fi zones, and they have been done in strategic areas of public buildings and parks and various places throughout the county that were selected by a committee to put those in. And then we are spending about $83,000 locating hand washing stations in various options. And what the Board of Commissioners has learned, when we get these grants, particularly the COVID grants, they're very narrowly focused on what we can spend those funds on. And we are pleased that we have a staff that keeps us in line, and what we want to do is when they come back and audit us in 4 years about where these funds went, we want a very clean audit, and I feel certain standing here today that we will get one that the staff we have in place. But those are the projects that we have underway this year, and again, I think it speaks very highly of the county and the board to be able to continue to do capital improvements at a pretty fast pace, much faster than you've seen in Nash County before. And at the same time, leave ourselves in what I consider to be excellent financial condition. Our current fund balance in Nash County, talking about our financial condition, is $46.8 million. Our unassigned fund balance is $24 million. And you may think that's a ton of money, but I can assure you, and I always use the example, you've heard me do it before, but after Hurricane Floyd, we were in just as good a shape proportionally in Nash County, and we spent about 67% of our fund balance to get us through that storm. Quite a bit of it was reimbursed, but it took 3 to 4 years to get that money back, and this Board of Commissioners, as well as the Board of Commissioners before us, and hopefully the ones in the future, will always be very sensitive to our fund balance and make sure that we have an operating bank or rainy day fund that will carry us for a very long time, much longer than most counties throughout the state. We're very proud that we had a very balanced expenditure. Balanced in that schools received 23.5% of our funding. Our human services received 25.2% of our funding, and our public safety received 28.6% of our funding. And Sheriff, I think that's the first time public safety out of those three groups received the most funding. So we're doing our best to look out for public safety as well. That's a total of 77.3% of our total revenue for the county is spent in those two categories. So we run everything else in the county, or 5 other different areas, on the 22.7% that is left. The fascinating thing that the Board of Commissioners, as well as our staff, is very proud of is our collection rate for 2021 was 99.16%. Pretty much unheard of for a county to be able to collect funds at that kind of rate. We've also gone back and collected quite a bit of old funds during that time, but we are very, very proud of our tax department for the great job they do over there. Our former manager had that as a priority, and we moved up during his time about 6% in collection rate, and we were also challenge our new county manager to hopefully be able to keep that. I don't know how it can go up much higher, quite frankly, but I said that to Mr. Lamb every time, and every year he was here, he moved it up a little bit more. So that's something we're very proud of. Our tax rate, with all the capital improvements that you saw, and I think we have been able to do quite a bit for our employees as well, we've been able to keep it 67%. And this is the 12th year in a row that we've maintained that same tax rate. And this board is very committed to keeping our tax rate the same. And I'm so committed, I hope one day we'll be able to move it back down some more. But you just don't, you have to say that real careful around staff over here, quite frankly. The reason we're able to do these things, just highlighting a few things, is our sales tax for 2021 went up 7%. Or it went up about $1.2 million from the year before. Our property tax went up 3.8%, which is about $2 million. Our real estate transfer tax went up an amazing 61%. And Mayor Robertson, I know quite a bit of that was in Rocky Mount, quite a bit of it was all over the county, but for you to have real estate transfer tax of 61% increase, there's a lot of movement going on with people throughout the county and buying new houses, a lot of people coming in to the county, but that's a very small percentage of what you pay for a house, you pay to the Register of Deeds when you file those deeds to be put on record. But the total increase in tax collection in just those three categories was 6.6%, or actually $4.5 million. So that's the reason we're able to do the things that we are doing. Our unemployment rate was down 2.4% for the year from the year before, or down to 6.5%. And what's amazing to me and the rest of the board is all of this was done in spite of COVID and what we're dealing with. I'm going to keep moving to try to speed up just a little bit and hit some miscellaneous items, which is 26th slide. In January of 2021, President Biden announced the American Recovery Plan. Nash County will receive well over $18 million in recovery money. The administration staff have formed a committee to handle how this money will be spent, and the county has employed 2 staff members to be certain the funds will be spent properly. Again, both of these 2 staff members that have the charge of looking after these funds were inside promotions, and again, we're always glad to do that. Nash County incentivized our employees to get vaccinated, trying to keep all of our people at work each and every day to look after the citizens. And the committee set a goal of 70% is what we wanted to obtain, and all of our employees worked very hard, and actually in December, just at the last minute almost, we did obtain that 70% vaccination rate, which is, I think, a great compliment to our staff and to our employees. And we do realize many people prefer not to take the vaccine, and for medical reasons sometimes, but 70% rate, we were very pleased to get it to that, and I think it's shown up. Of course, we've had a lot of our employees sick with it, and we had a high a few weeks ago, I think, of 64 out there in 1 week, and it's going back down again. We were very pleased to say. The Nash County also signed a memorandum of agreement for the historic opioid settlement, and will be receiving $5.45 million of these funds over the next 18 years to provide services to our citizens for substance abuse disorder. And for those that are affected with that, like many of us are, it is a very pleasing thing to see a lot of emphasis put on that, and for the drug companies that may have been a little loose with their standards to be assisting us with helping those that actually need the help the worst, and there are quite a few of them. In June, our Senior Citizen Center celebrated its 20th birthday. There is a place in our hearts for our senior centers in Nash County, I will tell you, from the Board of Commissioners. We also had our largest United Way campaign for our employees and board members that we have ever had, over 10% above last year. The great thing is, while we were helping others in Nash County, we had a lot of fun and enjoyment during the very well thought out campaign. Many things that the staff came up with to make it fun, and we are very proud to say we have increased our funding level to United Way for numerous years in a row now. The Board of Commissioners, still trying to look after their employees, did approve this year, did authorize and approve funding and contracted for a comprehensive pay study for all county employees. This study should be completed, is well underway, and to be able to assist us in our 2022-23 budget year, which we'll begin working on sometime in March. And we do expect to have that study completed in time to be able to address what it brings forth to us in the new budget year. The county is also very pleased at the record number and dollar amount the DOT roadways projects underway in Nash County. If you ride around the county, you see a lot of work going on our DOT projects. That's a pretty fascinating picture right there, and to even think it's in Nash County, but that's the Eastern Avenue, Sunset Avenue between Nashville and Rocky Mount, and it's right there on the left side is a new interchange that will be on I-95 on the Sunset Avenue, a project that has been worked on by many people over the last 5 or 6 years, and it finally got funded. And the 4-laning of Eastern Avenue, Sunset Avenue between Rocky Mount and Nashville, going out by the Nash Community College and coming into Nashville there by Walmart, which is, you get some inconvenience right now, but it'll be a different look for what we're used to in Nash County. I heard somebody say earlier, Cephas, that maybe some people didn't like roundabouts, but I think there will be 5 on that stretch between Rocky Mount and Nashville. I hope we can adjust to them. They will all be well lighted, and it just moves traffic a lot better according to DOT. And when we built the one at Nash Community College, Board of Commissioners caught quite a bit of comments by it, but I really think now that people have learned how to use it, it was the right thing to do. It moves people in and out of the college well, and after big events, we'll also have one over on Old Carriage. And that project that was let was $60 million, and that's probably one of the largest projects we've had in Nash County. And now just last week, there was another $20 million project awarded for the Old Carriage Road to improve it from Eastern Avenue over across 64, and you will have another roundabout there at the community college in the main entrance to it. And in numerous other places up at Gold Rock, the work has just been started to put a complete new interchange at Gold Rock as you come off an I-95 into Highway 4, and that was moved up in funding as well because of the intermodal that was recently opened over just into Rocky Mount as you go straight into 4, just across the railroad tracks. You saw all that work going on over there. So we're just very fortunate to have that much work going on improving our highways in Nash County. It's the most of any time that I can remember. The county also is in the process of renegotiating a new lease for the county-owned hospital, Nash UNC. We are very pleased that the ratings for our hospital has improved greatly over the last 2 or 3 years. This lease negotiation should be completed in early 2022. We hope to do it by the end of 2021, but we're getting real close, and it will probably cover us for the next 30 years in our operating agreement with the hospital and the properties that the county owns out there, and the hospital leases from us to totally run by another board. Economic development is a very big item for this Board of Commissioners, and you have seen that we took the initiative a couple of years ago. Last year was our first completed year to take that development process back under the wing in a department for the county. It's a decision that we did not take lightly, but we felt like it was a time, looking back at what we had been able to do in years past, to move it in there, move it back under the county, and quite frankly, it is doing very well. We knew it would take a couple of years to get it ramped up, but this past year, we are pleased to say, we thought it was a good year. We had total new jobs of 303. We had total new investments of $142 million. Notable projects were the Cummins diesel plant, which had a new investment of about $100 million. And that's a huge investment at one plant for us. And they revamped quite a bit of the existing plant, and it was the same number of jobs. But when you do reinvest like that, a lot of your equipment and so forth may have already been depreciated out on our tax rolls, but it starts back over at that point in time and helps us keep that rate lower. The capital expansions, we had the Crump Group from Canada purchased the CP building up at Universal Leaf, and they will be there out of Canada. They will be bringing 160 new jobs and will be invested about $20.5 million in the upfit of that facility. That is a company that produces pet food for numerous animals, and they will also be using quite a bit of a product. And I think the reason we got them in Nash County was because a lot of the food they make is centered around the sweet potato industry. So that probably helped us get that there. And as we heard about how important our farming operation is in Nash County from a previous speaker, we're very pleased to be able to bring them here, which should help our farmers that produce those sweet potatoes. The next item that we were able to accomplish is the shell building that we built in Middlesex a couple of years ago. We've been trying to put a company in there, and I'm very pleased to say that it is now under contract. We have a new company that is moving out of Wake County there, and I'm going to attempt to pronounce it, but my pronunciation is not correct sometime. It is Cenovotec. It's purchasing the shell building in Middlesex. They're bringing 50 new jobs, and they are spending $10.1 million in new investments in that building. The projects we are working on for a total, and you hear this quite a bit, and I won't just explain what this is, but our economic development teams currently have 85 projects that they are speaking to people about. Out of the 85 projects, it is a total of 16,000 plus jobs and a total of about $6.4 million worth of investments. Now, I do want to explain to you that that doesn't mean we're going to get anywhere near all of those jobs or all of that investment. But I think it does show, and the reason I would even mention it, that we have a lot of activity in Nash County, and we're very pleased with the team we were able to put together, and they do a fantastic job of meeting with those. It's a very competitive field that they work in, but I promise you, out of that list of jobs and investment, there will be some of them landing in Nash County. And this Board of Commissioners has been very eager to help that team in any way we can, and listen to any project that they bring to us. And we get a report each month. That seems to be getting a little longer each month. In our new business development, we're also very strong out in the county. We have a new Bojangles at the Spring Hope 64 interchange, future I-95. Very pleased to get that down there after many years of trying to bring a few more things along our interstates in Nash County. It is built and should be opening soon. We have purchased an additional 94.7 acres of land at the Middlesex Industrial Park, and we already have about half of that under contract to build a new distribution center, and that's just something we're working on. They have put the land under contract and they're doing due diligence now, and of course, if all that works out, we would certainly hope to be getting that distribution center there. Since we have sold our existing shell building and have it under contract, we have funded and will start a new shell building immediately. We said as soon as we sold that one that we would be putting an oven up right beside of it, just like it, as you see there. We're also working with the town of Nashville, and we'll be building a new shell building in Nashville in conjunction with them. And what we're waiting on there is for the paperwork to be completed with the town of Nashville to join our organization in the industrial recruitment business, and then we have committed to put that shell building up at one of their industrial parks, probably the one that's closest into town. The largest growth in total assessed value, which I gave you those a while ago, in property tax has been in new home construction. In 2021, there were a total of 643 new homes built in Nash County. Those new homes include modular homes as well as manufactured homes, and they include what was in the city of Rocky Mount and all the other municipalities, as well as what is out in rural county. And by far, the most of those was in the rural area of Nash County and not located in our largest city. But I'll tell you, 643 new homes, including stick-built and modular, is a very large number. And the total value of that is, according to what the contractors gave when they filed to get permits, is $110 million in tax growth. $110 million is a very large increase, and I will tell you, been one of them, sometimes contractors may not give you the, how can I say this correctly, but they might not give you what that home actually costs to build, and then our assessors will go in later. So I do know that number will be much larger than that in total assessed value, and particularly with the growing prices of home construction like it has been. And in addition to the new homes that have already been built, there are over 1,000 additional lots throughout the county that were approved in 2021, so we do expect many more to come. It is a challenge to do that amount of growth in a year and do it properly and do it with something that the whole county and the whole county board will be proud of when it's all done, and that's why we are doing our land development code over at this point in time. And we're doing our best to catch up with that growth. So I do think you'll see us finish that project up, hopefully about mid-year, and we'll have a new set of standards that we'll be working for. I would just say in short that our new economic development team, quite frankly, is hitting on all cylinders, if I could use a racing term. Moving into I chose to highlight 3 departments this year in our state of the county, and they are in our health and safety field, quite frankly, primarily because of what they dealt with in dealing with COVID. The first department I'd like to go over a few facts with is our sheriff's department, and I'll go through these pretty quickly, but item number 44 is completed a file review of 168 standards and an on-site assessment as part of our initial CALEA assessment. We expect to be fully CALEA accredited by April the 1st, 2022. This will be one of only 10 sheriff offices in the state of North Carolina to have that CALEA accreditation. I, of course, do not know that much about it, but I know it is very intense, and I've heard quite a few of the employees that have worked on that tell some of the things that they have had to do to get that certification, and we certainly appreciate our sheriff for that initiation to get that done. It would be nice to be able to say we're one of 10 out of 100 sheriff's departments to have that. Implement a co-respondence program in partnership with Trillion Health Services where trained social workers respond to calls for services at the request of law enforcement to help provide needed resources to citizens such as housing, mental health, and many other things. Medication-assisted treatment program in the detention center was relaunched in December of 2021. When you have someone incarcerated, one thing you do need to do is you need to be able to provide the medicines that they need, because a lot of our incarcerated people, unfortunately, have some mental health issues, as we have known for a long time. Completed advanced driver training for all of our sworn personnel in August of 2021 via a partnership with the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, and by using their driver's track as well. So we greatly appreciate the North Carolina State Highway Patrol and allowing our Sheriff's Department and assisting our Sheriff's Department in that advanced training. Restart the monthly meetings of investigators from all agencies in the Tri-County to discuss crime trends and to share investigations started in December of 2021. As we know, criminals don't know where the county line is, so it's very important that we work with our surrounding agencies, and I think the sheriff does a great job of that. We have also, due to COVID, primarily implemented a video visitation system for our inmates in the jail during 2021. The Sheriff's Department, with their own people, applied for and received approximately $100,000 in various grants. Saw a 5% decrease in our crime rates, a 5% decrease in Part 1 crimes, and a 10% decrease in Part 2 crimes in 2021 and compared to the previous year. And our statistics for the rest of 21 have not been completed yet, but Part 1 crime includes homicides, rape, robberies, and aggravated assaults. Part 2 crime includes assaults, vehicle break-in, and damage to property. And of course, the Sheriff's Department has been very involved in the major addition and renovation to the detention center. I do hope, I see the sheriff is still with us, I do hope the citizens of Nash County have noticed a difference in the relationship between the Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff's Department this year. We have worked very hard to improve that relationship, and quite frankly, the sheriff probably going to disagree with me on this, but I think a big part of that is due to the fact that the sheriff and myself are both up for election this year. What do you think, Keith? No comment. Understand. I'm just kidding about that, but there has been a great improvement, and the sheriff and the Board of Commissioners, as well as staff, are doing much better in their relationships, and we're trying to do all we can for the Sheriff's Department and the citizens of Nash County. The Health Department, you can imagine the kind of year they had. I just really, quite frankly, don't know how to ramp up, how they were able to ramp up to do what they had to do during this past 3 years, quite frankly. But first shot, so we have give 54,894 fully vaccinated. We have 51,731. Which is 55% of our residents. And the booster shot, we are currently sitting at about 27%. Our first large COVID-19 vaccination clinic in January of 2021 at Nash Central High School gave out 891 shots in one day. And any of y'all that happen to have attended that realized that we had a lot of work to do after that. And quite frankly, we did do quite a bit of work, and the second clinic, we had reduced the wait time down from about 4 or 5 hours down to 20 or 30 minutes maximum, and it's much shorter than that now. We established a call center to handle all calls regarding COVID activities for appointments and vaccination and testing. We also established a portal for pre-registration and appointments during the initial vaccination phase. We partner with the community to conduct special clinics at locations in Samaria and also at Ebenezer Church in Rocky Mount. In May of 2021, we began conducting special vaccination clinics for 12 to 15-year-old groups. These activities were coordinated with the Nash County school systems, and then, of course, it moved on up to 18 years old as well. In 2021, we began providing a third shot Pfizer COVID booster to those that had certain conditions and needed the extra booster. And late in October, we began offering the other two kind of vaccines for those that are 65 and older. A 7-day per week COVID telephone call was established in the beginning, and that's where I mentioned we kept our citizens very informed by providing you with a teleconference that you can tune in on 7 days a week. We now do that 1 day a week on Tuesdays, and I believe it is at 3:30 station or 4:30, at 3:30. So we still invite you to join in, and you can get the latest of what has gone on with the COVID during that time. The other things that I would point out for the health department is the health department is fully accredited by the North Carolina Local Health Department Accreditation Board, and due to COVID-19, all health departments were given extensions for reaccreditation. Nash County reaccreditation next is scheduled for 2023. The health department received notice that it was in full compliance with all programmable requirements for our clinic programs. We are very pleased to report that in addition to providing all of COVID services, our staff has also been able to still provide the necessary services to all our clinical patients. We continue to experience increased activity in southern Nash County with subdivision developments and increased activities within our environmental health division. During 2021, environmental health issued a total of 508 septic tank permits as well as 276 well permits. Our environmental health division made a total of almost 1,400 food and lodging inspections, and in addition to that, went back and visited those throughout the year, a total of about 220 different visitations and 205 other visitations for whatever reason they may have been called to do that. The health department, in addition to those services, saw 7,632 patients during the last year. And these were the type patients that would need maternity assistance, family planning, child communication disease clinics. Even with a very strong response to the COVID-19 pandemic, there were approximately 600 more patients that we saw in 2022. Our animal control division, which is also under our health department, as we spoke about earlier, has been fully involved in the process of planning for the new animal shelter, and we look forward to getting that. And in addition to that, under our health department is our landfill, and new landfill clearing and inert debris was constructed and approved by the state during the past year. We had to do a major addition to that, replacing a 20-year-old compactor at the landfill with a new used compactor, which Bill Hill is all about saving the county money. He was able to find a used one with very few hours on it and saved about $625,000 on that one piece of equipment. A trailer with a water tank and sprayer was purchased for the landfill in order to meet state dust control standards. And a very important item that I hope all the citizens will be glad that we're finally doing this, a new convenience center ID system was approved by and implemented, anyway, it was started in it will start in early 22. You hadn't got these yet, but these will be going out to all the citizens that pay your landfill fee on your property tax and pay for the convenience centers is what I meant to say. So you will have that card. You will be required to have that hanging in your car when you pull up to the the convenience centers. And what we're trying to do is prevent any unauthorized use of our own convenience centers, because we were getting so many people from other counties using the services that we have built for Nash County. And of course, if you live in a municipality that does collections, you generally wouldn't have these cards because you don't pay that fee on your taxes, like in Rocky Mount or Nashville and numerous other ones. But if a citizen so desires to purchase a card, they can do that. I don't have the cost right before me, but it's pretty minimal. But you can purchase that, and you can still use the convenience centers if you so desire. So just keep in mind, by April the 1st, you will have to have that card to go to one of our convenience centers, and it will look very similar to what you see there. The last department that I wish to highlight very quickly is our department that handles many things, quite frankly. It is our EMS department, and I'll just go through a couple of highlights that I was given from our Nash County Emergency Services Department, which has many duties. EMS has received the American Heart Association Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Plus Achievement Award for implementing specific quality improvement measures to treat patients who suffer severe heart attack, cardiac arrest, and strokes. And I know that says a lot, but if you're that person they come and pick up, I'm sure you would greatly appreciate that advanced training, and many times they have saved people's lives by knowing what to do before they get to the hospital. EMS was chosen to participate in the Race-Cars, which is an annual National Institute of Health and National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute sponsored by randomized trial focused on improving the care of patients without of hospital cardiac arrest in Nash County. Nash County EMS was selected due to its long history of clinical excellence. Just to show you how busy they were, I'm going to keep moving, but create just go over a couple of statistics that I had turned in to me. 911 phone calls during the year, we had 48,441. Administration phone calls to emergency services, we had 101,000 calls. Telephone calls total was 150,000. And these guys keep great records because the data that they can produce for you kind of amazes me. But of those 150,000 calls, 99.3% of them were answered within 10 seconds. Pretty fascinating number. Dispatches, we had a total dispatch number throughout the year of 117,000. Nash Community College graduated 2 dispatch academies for us. This was a program we started a few years ago when we started needing our additional dispatchers in our 911 center, one of the most important jobs we have. 2 of our telecommunicators were recognized as hometown heroes, which is the award. Jessica Chamberlain got the WQDR hometown hero, and Jessica Cobb got the North Carolina Automobile Dealer Association hometown hero. We recertified all of our staff members with EMD, EFD, and EPD certifications. Total inspections completed during the year by our fire marshals was 1,258. Total calls for service in that division was 135. And they've given me many more statistics here, but if I went through all of them, it would take me another part of a day. But it is amazing how they can report what they do and how busy they have become down there. I'm going to finish up pretty quickly and just say, after this great year and how we performed under very unusual circumstances, we're always going to have our challenges. The challenges that the board sees moving forward is, and it's not in order of priority, but it is in order of, it's just 5 things that we think are very important, and we have many other challenges. But the first thing on the list is the completion of the new land development code. We must get that completed this year. We have growth in the county that we've never dealt with before, and we just got to make sure we get it right. And to be able to legally require certain things, that code needs to be updated. And we have 3 of our members on the Board of Commissioners on that committee, and we are committed, and we have 4 or 5 members of our planning board on there with us. So we are working hand in hand to get that done and to get it so we can prepare ourselves for this growth and make sure it's done correctly. Industrial recruitment. as I've already said, is extremely important to us, and it is always a challenge because of the competitive nature of it. We need to be looking at buying more land. We need to be looking at building more shell buildings, and we need to be open-minded about incentives that are good for Nash County. People do not like incentives, but I have, and I'm the one that least liked it the most. But in my time on this board, I have learned if you're not willing to listen to the needs of industries that are beginning to move or beginning to expand and see what their needs are, you pretty much fall out of the game pretty quickly. But we do it in such a way that we make sure we get the best bang for our bucks. We do it with very stringent clawback agreements. We do not pay it up front. We pay it after a particular job is established and been in place for a while, or a certain investment has been done. So we do know that we are going to get what we say we are going to get. Always a challenge is our schools. The school budget, I think, is going to need to grow some moving forward, and our board will be working on that. We have looked after our schools, I think, very well. Our board is very interested in providing additional incentive for our teachers, or to move that amount up some. It's currently at 10%, which is good for Eastern North Carolina, but we are bordered by Wake County and Johnson County, who have a lot more tax base to work from, and to be competitive with those counties with our teachers, we like to put the money in the classrooms, and of course, understand that this board can't dictate to the school board, and we don't try to do that. But we do try our best to work with them, particularly on capital needs and as well as teacher incentives, because we think that's where the money should go. We will always be, during this current year, we'll spend another year dealing with COVID, as we all know. We don't know what that will be, but I can assure you that our staff will be ready to be ready for the hand they are dealt, and through our health department with the leadership of Mr. Hill, I think they've done an excellent job and will continue to do an excellent job. And if you ever have any questions about COVID, please feel free to contact our health department, and I promise you, you'll get a person on the phone that is well prepared and educated to help you with any challenge you got. And then, quite frankly, the challenges change every day. So be patient with them, and they have had a very stressful year, but I'm amazed at how well they have kept the train on the track and are still dealing with it on a daily basis. And the other challenge that I see, and one that we've had for a while, is we need to continue to prepare our staff as well as our elected officials for any future retirements that we have. We've moved, particularly on staff, pretty well on that in the last year. We've got some staff members that have X number of years left with us, and we got to make sure we've got that person sitting there that's going to start the day that they retire and be ready to keep this county running in the same way it has always run. And in closing, I'd just like to say thanks, quite frankly. I want to say thanks to our board. Number one, they are very dedicated to the citizens of Nash County. We have had 28 public meetings in 2021, plus probably 100 or more committee meetings throughout the year. And for the public meetings, we have had 97% attendance rate by our board. We have 5 members that have had perfect attendance and been to every meeting. Mary Wells did miss 5 meetings there at the end, but I will tell you, I've never seen anybody put any more effort to get into a meeting that she committed herself to, and she was here many times that she probably just shouldn't have been here, quite frankly. And the only other person, Mr. Fred Belfield, had 1 excused absence, and quite frankly, you really can't count that an excused absence because he was at a NACO conference still representing Nash County at the time he was out for that 1 meeting. So we're going to give you a quarter of absence rather than a whole absence, Mr. Belfield.
Should be perfect attendance. I was officially representing Nash County.
We will give you your certificate, sir, I promise you. Well said. And a big thanks goes out to our administration, our department heads, and all of our employees. Quite frankly, a greater team of 650 people do not exist in local government anywhere in the world, in our opinion. They make our job as elected official easy 99% of the time, quite frankly, and we thank them very much for everything they do. But the biggest thanks always goes out to our citizens of Nash County and our taxpayers. Without you, there would be nothing, quite frankly. And your 99.16% pay rate is strictly amazing, and we greatly appreciate the effort that you put forth in doing that. And I thank you on behalf of our Board of Commissioners for allowing me to give you this update. I thought it was some very positive information in there, even though the times we're in and what we're dealing with. And I would invite any board member, if you wish to say anything at this time, I would certainly give you a moment to do that. Anybody wish to say anything, or have I covered it pretty well?
I think you covered it pretty well, and I just say thanks to the citizens of Nash County for trusting us to take care of the county government's business.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Belfield. All right, if our board doesn't mind, I'd like to give our citizens a round of applause for what they have done for Nash County. Thank you. Well, we're going to keep moving along, and the next item on the agenda, and I appreciate your patience in dealing with that address, is item number 7, which is a resolution requesting the North Carolina Department of Commerce and North Carolina Works Commission to retain the boundaries of the Turning Point Local Workforce Development Area. And I will call on Michael Williams, who is here to make this presentation. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Chairman Davis.
Good to have you with us, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here, and that was an outstanding state of the county. I'm really proud to be a part of this great region in Nash County, the work that you have provided. Again, good morning to the Nash County Board of Commissioners, as well as Stacy. I'm the newly appointed county manager. We are here, and I'm going to be very brief with this. As you know, Chairman Davis, so often there is a opportunity at the state level that they look at redesignation of the counties of workforce development. Workforce development, as far as Turning Point region, is 5 counties: Edgecombe, Nash, Northampton, Halifax, and Wilson County. We have actually been designated together as this region for over 50 years. At this time, the state they have actually done a study, and they're looking at reducing the number of workforce development boards. Currently, there are 23 local workforce development boards. Again, within the workforce development boards, we provide oversight, we administer services, allocation that is coming from the federal government, Department of Labor, down to NC Commerce, which is a pass-through to the local boards. It's actually given to us by county allocation. So the consortium, which are the 5 county chairs of each one of the Board of Commissioners, are ultimately in charge of all these funds and the services that we provide. So we have a biannual meeting with the consortium, and you guys actually appoint the Workforce Development Board from each county. Again, with the state attempting to reduce the number of boards, what we do feel this would do will provide less local control. Again, the funds that come down are ultimately under the authority of the county commissioners, the CEO, as well as the consortium. It would also provide less local decision-making for the funding and services that we provide. And last but not least, local priorities. As we just seen all of the great accomplishments that have been done by Nash County, that is because you have that local authority to do what you know the citizens of Nash County need. So we are definitely wanting to make sure that we are getting in front of this actual proposal. And I will say The study at this time has not been defined exactly what that mapping would look like. It could be reduced from 23 to 17 local workforce development boards, which is kind of more on the economic development regions, which we do feel like that may be a great opportunity if so. But the last proposed is actually 8 prosperity zones, and I think we are all kind of familiar with the prosperity zones. Within our region, we would then be divided. At this moment, Halifax and Northampton County is part of the northeastern or the northeast prosperity zone. Edgecombe, Nash, and Wilson is part of the north central prosperity zone, which is more connected with the Wake, Johnson, Durham counties. So we do feel like sometime we may be a small fish in a bigger pond with that particular option. And you may have before you the actual resolution, and after I read the resolution, if you have any questions, I'd be honored to try to answer any questions you may have. Okay. And the resolution says, as per, whereas North Carolina Department of Commerce, North Carolina Works Commission Governance and Alignment Committee is considering consolidation the state local workforce development areas, and whereas the North Carolina Works Commission realignment efforts considers realignment of the local workforce board by prosperity zones or some other configuration that will likely result in a reduction in the number of workforce development boards in North Carolina. And whereas the Turning Point local workforce development area includes Edgecombe, Halifax, Nash, Northampton, and Wilson counties, and whereas the Turning Point local workforce development area was designated by the North Carolina Division of Workforce Solutions based on factors such as common community growth patterns anchored by the metropolitan and micropolitan statistical areas, shared labor pools, commuting patterns, coordinated economic development strategies, regional alignment with state and federal programs and services, and empowered to carry out programs and services that are mutual interest to member governments within that 5-county region. And whereas the Turning Point local workforce development area is the designated planning and administrative area to receive funds from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act for Edgecombe, Halifax, Nash, Northampton, and Wilson counties, and implementation and charge with the oversight and implementation of these programs and activities. And whereas the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments is a federally recognized regional economic development district that coordinates with the workforce system and shares the same local and community decision makers. And whereas the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments serves as a fiscal agent and/or administrative entity for WIOA programs. And whereas realignment of the Turning Point local workforce development area does not serve the best interests of Nash County. And whereas alignment of the Turning Point local workforce development area to the northeastern and/or north central prosperity zone does not reflect the labor market areas, commuting patterns, or local economic connections that are required for local workforce areas by federal law. And whereas Nash County and the counties of Northampton, Edgecombe, Halifax, Wilson represent a functional economic region with Interstate 95 as a connection, inbound and outbound, employment, supply chain linkage, trade, commerce, in addition to political and regional connections that are critical to the growth and future development of Nash County. And whereas Nash County, in alignment with Northampton, Edgecombe, Halifax, and Wilson counties, represent a functional economic region that promotes collaboration and regionalism. And whereas realignment to the northeast and north central prosperity zone will create greater physical distance and disconnection and will likely reduce participation by Nash County business leaders, government, and citizens in the Workforce Development Board activities and services. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners hereby oppose the realignment of the Turning Point local workforce development area as part of the northeast and north central prosperity zone or any other realignment that will separate this function economic region that consists of Halifax, Northampton, Edgecombe, Nash, and Wilson counties. Be it further resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners request that the North Carolina Department of Commerce and North Carolina Works Commission reconsider its approach and seek collaborations with workforce development boards, councils of governments, local elected officials, and economic development representatives to discuss alignment of workforce boards to retain the boundaries of functional economies and also consider the boundaries of existing councils of government. This has been provided as a form of request of adoption from Nash County.
Michael, could you update us where you currently are with our other 4 counties?
Yes, sir. Actually, all of the consortium has agreed and consensus was made that they do want to make sure that they are all signing on to this. Okay. Halifax County has already done it and have moved forward. We are waiting on Wilson and Edgecombe County, but they all have stated from the consortium that they do want to make sure they support this.
Gotcha. Okay. Other questions from board members of Mr. Williams?
Not a question, but a comment. I don't know, we want sometime government officials on the state level, federal level, tend to not think about the effectiveness of getting things done for the citizens, and they really need to look at the Peter Principle, which says that you can move from a position of effectiveness, being effective, to a position of being ineffective when you spread out too large. And I see this as part of it. So I support the adoption of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Other questions, comments from board members? Anytime we get something brought to us like this, I always go back to our mental health situation and where we were at one time when I first came a commissioner with 2 of us working together, and where we're at today, even though it's much improved. But I agree with your comments, Mr. Belfield, that sometimes larger is better and sometimes larger is not better. And in this case, I'm not sure it would be better. But if there are no more comments by board members, I'd entertain a motion to approve the request.
I move, Mr. Chairman, that we adopt this resolution.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Add us to your list of approved.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank
Good to see you again. Item number 8 is approval of the Community Services Block Grant application for July 2022 through June 2023, year 2 of a 3-year work program for Nash, Edgecombe, Wilson communities, and I'll call on Nichelle Cole to make the presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's a common mistake. It is okay.
Well, it's supposed to, when
Everyone
you got
see
that word, first name is supposed to be an M, and you changed it to an N, and it's
Yes, sir. My mother tried her best to be different. Sometimes it.
Well, I'm sure you're different in life, and what little bit I know about you, I know it has, but thank
And
you for being here.
it doesn't help that my birthday's on Christmas Day too, so I just.
Oh, is it really? You're just a special child, and I got it.
Thank you all so much for taking the opportunity to review our year 2 of our 3-year grant cycle with the Office of Economic Opportunity. I want to first say that as of our January 27th board meeting, our board officials have changed, and we will be making that change when we submit to the application. So now our board chair is Ms. Cheryl Forbes. It was currently Ms. Stacy Schatzer. And because of her wonderful promotion and to not be a conflict of interest, we thought it was best that she step down as board chair. So Ms. Cheryl Forbes is now our board chair. Our vice chair is Ms. Viola Harris. Our treasurer is Ms. Tia Fola. Our secretary is Ms. Kimberly Nicholson. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. As far as the grant itself, nothing has really changed because, again, this is the second year of that cycle. So the most important change is that we did get a 32% increase in what we call our client services. So it is $226,000, which is 32%, which is 7%, a 7% increase from last year, which gives us the opportunity to provide more substance and more payments or whatever work things that is needed to our clients who come in for any kind of self-sufficiency. Outside of that, nothing else has really changed, but Mr. Moody, Julius Moody, our CSBG director, he's going to provide an update on where we are currently with our program, outcomes and outputs.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
It's a pleasure to be in front of everyone this morning. I just wanted to give an update on last year and currently we have 103. The number of low-income participant families rising above poverty, we had a goal of 20 and right now we are at 12. The number of participant families obtaining employment is 30. Right now we're at 26. The number of participant families who are employed and obtain better employment is 30, and we are at 17 right now. The number of jobs with medical benefits obtained was 15. We are at 8, and the number of participant families completing education and training programs is 30, and right now we are at 10. Our fiscal year does end June 30th, 22, so we have about 3 to 4 more months to get some of these outcomes. One thing that we did see this year increase was our employment due to COVID in 2020 and in 2019. We saw a lot of individuals who lost their job or was unable to go back to work due to COVID. So one thing that we did this year and our beginning this fiscal year was reach out to some of these manufacturing companies and different employers who were looking for employees who lost employees due to COVID, and we were able to get a lot of people hired. One barrier that we are facing right now is housing. We have a shortage of housing in Nash, in all 3 counties, Nash County to be specific. One of those barriers does include credit, though. So we are working with our clients right now on budgeting and credit repair, making sure that their credit is equitable enough in order to get approved for housing, and they have the adequate enough income in order to get approved for housing as well. And that should be it. If you guys have any questions.
Okay. Any commissioner have a question for Mr. Moody? Well, we thank you for being here, sir. Thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
Michelle, that finishes you up? Okay, all right. Thank you for being here this morning.
Chairman, we do need a vote for approval. Thank you.
Gotcha, okay. All right, appreciate the presentation, and I need to call for a motion to approve the request.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request for the community service block grant county allocation.
All right, have a motion by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Belfield. Is there any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved. Thank you all for being here this morning. All right, next item on the agenda is a public hearing on conditional use rezoning request CZ 220101 for the revised Green Pond Loop Road subdivision. I'll call on Mr. Tyson at this time to make the presentation for this request.
Good morning, Board.
Good Morning.
Morning.
This is your first public hearing this morning. It is on a rezoning request that should be somewhat familiar to the board. The board reviewed a very similar request for the same subject property back in December 2021. The sketch plan on your screen right now was the plan that you reviewed at that time. This was a 204-lot subdivision off of Green Pond Loop Road. The request was to rezone to RA20CZ. Of those 204 lots, you'll recall that 70 of those lots were accessed directly along Green Pond Loop Road itself, which is a state-maintained public road right-of-way on both the exterior side and the interior side of the loop road. At the public hearing in December, the board voted to deny that rezoning request due to, quote, the significant number of houses proposed to be located directly on a state roadway. In response to that decision, the same applicant has submitted a revised application for the same subject property, and this is the revised site plan. The primary difference, and really the only significant or substantial difference, is that the overall number of lots proposed has been reduced by 29. Previously, there were 204, as I mentioned, and with this plan, it would result in 175. And it also reduces the number of lots that are accessed directly along Green Pond Loop Road on both sides. Previously, there were 70. That number has been reduced with this design by 31, so that now there are 39 lots. You may also recall that technically, when we considered the previous request, Green Pond Loop Road was not specifically subject to the county's requirements for wider and fewer lots along state roads due to its classification as a local road by the DOT. The board remedied that by adopting a text amendment also in December 2021. And so this plan is subject to the requirements for wider and fewer lots along existing state roads that have over 1,000 vehicles per day. And of course, with the addition of these lots, Green Pond Loop Road falls into that category. With those specific exceptions and the creation of a new recreation lot right here that will be owned and maintained by a homeowners association, that's in addition to another recreation lot that already exists inside the subdivision and was on there during the board's last review. Those changes are really the only substantial changes from the last time that the board reviewed this request. To review, the subject property is this 238 acres owned by L&F Farms, located on both sides of Green Pond. It's highlighted in red on the aerial photo on the left-hand side of your screen. Property is northeast of the town of Bailey in the area that is known as Green Pond Community. The site is partially cleared, has some dilapidated dwellings and manufactured homes. The Green Pond Loop Road that was developed between 2001 and 2002. And then the Belcher Land Company subdivision is on the left-hand side of the map on the exterior side of the Loop Road. That was developed in 2013. Both of those were developed under the current R40 residential zoning district, meaning their minimum lot sizes conform to the 40,000 square foot minimum requirement. There are several areas around the perimeter. You see where the wooded areas are that are not developable due to wetlands related to the White Oak Swamp, Toys Knot Swamp, and the Beaver Dam Creek. There are also some mapped stream features located on the property that will need to be evaluated in closer detail by the state for riparian buffer requirements before the proposed new roads and lots could actually be constructed. The site's located in the Neuse River Basin and in the WS3 PA Watershed Protection District. That means that per state watershed rules, no lots could be subdivided with less than 20,000 square feet. And of course, the request before you this morning is for lots that would not exceed, that would not go below 20,000 square feet per lot. There's an electrical transmission line that runs from east to west across the subject property. You can see the break in the trees here, and then it continues across to the other side. The subject property is in the same general vicinity as several other tracts recently rezoned to an RA20 conditional zoning classification. You have the Williams Ridge subdivision in this vicinity down here on the zoning map on the right-hand side of your screen. The Williams Grove, which is the larger yellow area here. Whitley Crossing, these two areas to the north. And then on the other side of Needham Road, you have the Strickland Road subdivision. All of those are very similar rezonings, at least in terms of the density that is being requested this morning for the Green Pond Loop Road property up here in the upper right-hand corner of your map. The East Group has submitted this request on behalf of the prospective developer, the C.T. Williams Corporation, to rezone the property to RA20CZ, specifically for this revised 175 Green Pond Loop Road subdivision sketch plan. There'll be three primary changes or impacts to the property if the rezoning is approved. The first we've already discussed. The minimum lot area would be reduced by half from the current 40,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet. There are 9 land uses that are permitted for development in the current zoning district that would no longer be permitted under the proposed zoning district. The most notable of those that would have the most potential impact are double-wide manufactured homes. They are currently permitted for development but would not be if the rezoning were adopted. And of course, as a condition of this rezoning, the subject property can only be developed in accordance with the proposed sketch plan that we reviewed and that we'll look at in future, or that we'll look at in more detail in just a moment. The conditional nature of the request allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. If we turn our attention back to the details of the sketch plan, again, this has been revised. It proposes 175 new lots. Each of those lots would meet or exceed the requested 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot width requirements of the RA20 zoning district. As previously mentioned, 39 of those lots would be accessed directly along Green Pond Loop Road on both sides, all of which will satisfy the additional lot width requirements of the ordinance for roads with an average daily traffic of more than 1,000 vehicles per day. The remaining 136 lots are accessed from a network of 8 new interior roads. That includes a stub road connection here to the property to the south, which is large, undeveloped, and appears to be otherwise landlocked. There is a 50-foot wide access and utility easement up here between lots 1 and 175 that crosses a thin portion of the subject property and ensures access to the adjacent property, which is owned by the Green Pond Swine Farm Incorporated, and it would allow for the construction of a public or private road should that adjacent property ever be developed. The sketch plan includes the 2 recreation areas I've already highlighted, as well as a lot designated for a shared mailbox kiosk over on the eastern or right-hand side of your screen in this vicinity. And of course, the developer would be required to construct new water lines within the subdivision to connect each new lot to the existing Nash County public water system. As we review the land use plan, as we are required by state law every time we make a rezoning decision, our current land use plan map looks like what you see on the screen here. This property is along the boundary between the suburban growth area shown in the yellowish color and the rural growth area shown along the backside in the green color. Because this property falls into the suburban growth area, the plan supports rezoning this property where water service is available to either RA30 or RA20 at the board's discretion. The property does have access to Nash County Public Water. There's an existing 4-inch line already along Green Pond Loop Road to the east that terminates right about where the previous subdivision meets the subject property. There's also an existing 6-inch water line along West Horns Church Road that could be extended up the eastern side of Green Pond Loop Road if necessary. And finally, when we look at the plan, permitting higher density residential development helps to accommodate the significant residential growth that the plan anticipated for the suburban growth area. Next, we turn our attention back to the zoning map for an analysis of reasonableness and spot zoning. The request would be considered reasonable and in the public interest if the board agrees, because number one, it's not unreasonable spot zoning. It is consistent with the ongoing transition of this general area to an RA20 residential density, and that is evidenced by the yellow and a little bit of orange that you see on your screen that shows the ongoing transition of this area to a denser residential area. The subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, and it is similar, which is similar and to the adjacent surrounding properties. And approval of the request, as we already discussed, will permit smaller lot sizes, but will also be a little more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses, ruling out those 9 land uses, including specifically double-wide manufactured homes. The Technical Review Committee considered the revised request on January 12th and recommended approval, finding that it met the minimum requirements of the ordinance. The Planning Board met on January 18th to consider this request. Mr. Cecil Williams Jr. of the C.T. Williams Corporation, who is the prospective developer, addressed the board in support of the request. The following members of the public addressed the board in opposition to the request. They expressed concerns regarding the increased residential density and traffic, as well as the potential impact of the development on the environment, local schools, law enforcement, and emergency response services. Those individuals included Heather Louise Finch, Sharon Eatman, Amber Stone Farrell, Paula Lamb, Jimmy Jones III, Charlotte Vick, Jennifer Voliva, and Michelle Sunday. The board ultimately voted to recommend approval. It was a split vote of 3-2, so there was a 1 vote margin there, 3 in favor of approval and 2 opposed. And the board also, with recommending approval, recommended the suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness that's in your report, as well as a list of development conditions. If you'll turn to page 74, I'd like to go over those development conditions. Number 1, if approved, the subject property must be developed in accordance with the sketch plan that's on the screen in front of you. Number 2, the property must be developed for the land uses that are permitted in the RA20 zoning district in accordance with the standard requirements and procedures of the ordinance. Number 3, all residential lots that are subdivided from this property must be served by Nash County Public Water, which shall be extended by the developer as necessary. All the new road names shown on this plan must be reviewed and approved by Nash County Emergency Services prior to their official assignment. We will require the developer to submit a stream buffer determination from the state prior to construction. There are 6 corner lots that must include a 5-foot wide non-access easement along the main Green Pond Loop Road. Those are located around this intersection here, this intersection here, and another here. And essentially that is to require that if the lot is on the corner, it will have its driveway off the interior road and not the state-maintained and more heavily traveled Green Pond Loop Road. The developer will have to establish the minimum 50-foot wide access and utility easement we discussed previously. There are a number of signed and notarized documents that would be submitted and recorded along with the plat, establishing a property owners association, deeding the ownership of the special purpose lots for recreational space and the mail kiosk to that property owners association, and then a deed of easement for the 50-foot wide access easement up here. And of course, if the developer were to significantly or substantially change or modify the design as approved by the board today, that could trigger re-review by the TRC, the planning board, or even possibly a new public hearing before the Board of Commissioners before they could commit to that change. This is a legislative request, so the board is free to approve or deny it. You are required to consult the current land use plan, and you have a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness that has been suggested by the staff. but just because it is consistent with the plan does not obligate the board to approve it. The board needs one motion to either approve, and of course, we would ask that would be subject to the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness, as well as the 9 conditions and any other conditions that result as part of the public hearing. Or there is a motion to deny the request, has the same statement of plan consistency and reasonableness, but we would like the board to list the specific reasons why you would find it unreasonable or not in the public interest. That could be due to the residential density that's requested, the specifics of the subdivision design, or a determination that it would be incompatible with the adjacent and surrounding area. So the board has all options on the table going into the public hearing. With that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Questions for Mr. Tyson from board members? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Leggett. Go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, excuse me, entertain a motion to go into a public hearing. Have a motion to go into public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Is there any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing, and if you wish to speak for or against this request, we would invite you to come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and the board will be glad to hear anything you wish to point out on this thing. We do ask you to hold your comments to 3 to 5 minutes if you would, and pause between each speaker just a moment. So anyone who wishes to speak for or against this, welcome to come forward at this time. Good morning, Ms. Eaton.
Good morning, sir. Sharon Eatman, 10654 Pace Road, Bailey, North Carolina. I do want to say that you're right. We do live in a great county. But quite frankly, we are destroying it by allowing this surge of building, bringing the increase of crime, traffic, trash, and demands on our EMS, our fire, our water supply, and our schools. Look at the industry that ag can bring, but not if we keep losing the acres to these buildings of houses. We need to support our farmers and the ag, as we are losing over 100 acres per day in the state of North Carolina. And that is just unbelievable. Excuse me. All these rezoned acres come out to eventually Horns Church Road. Every one of them. And I don't have the total number, but it's quite a few that has been rezoned to R20 that is going to dump out on Horns Church Road. And you denied it last time. And what is the big difference between 175 lots and 204? When you're talking about 2 to 3 vehicles per house that will be built. I ask you to please reconsider, and if you're going to rezone this, do it like the houses that are already there in that area and leave it at R40. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker. Morning, Ms. Finch.
Good morning. Is it okay if I take my mask off to speak?
It is, ma'am. Absolutely.
I am Jane Flowers Finch. I live in Raleigh. I'm a native of Nash County, and my mother, Pearl Finch, resides in Bailey. She's 94 years old, and I'm a landowner as my mother and my sister-in-law. I only have 3 minutes, but this community is going to live with this decision for several lifetimes. Once we develop this property and houses, it'll never go back. It won't go back. Growth can be good, but not growth that costs more than what it gives back and costs more than it contributes to the county. There's been no presentation about the cost of services, infrastructure, improvement needs, or property tax revenue at this hearing or any of the hearings I've attended in the last year or so on all these developments out on Stony Hill Church Road, where we're going to R20 lots in a humongous amount. If this one is approved, in 1 square mile, we're going to have over 930 homes on R20 lots in 1 square mile. That is almost bigger as Spring Hope or Bailey. I mean, this is big out there in the county. I drove down Stony Hill Church Road yesterday. Anybody going down that road on a combine now is going to hit a mailbox. It's done and over. And on the lots where you share a driveway, there's some people that put a mailbox on each side of that driveway, meaning the mailman, I don't know why they didn't put them side by side. So the mailman has got to drive across the driveway to the next mailbox. But there's been no presentation about the cost of services. Secondly, when Stony Hill Church Road was built, constructed, and planned, where it had a minimal shoulder and it's got a ditch for drainage, that's what you do in the country, you know, you don't have curb and gutter, you got a ditch, where it could not be widened. They never anticipated when they built Stony Hill Church Road that the traffic this decision will unleash on that road. And at a hearing last year, I think Mr. Adams or somebody said that every house you build out there, that Stony Hill Church Road was already considered a high-traffic rural road before this with over 1,000 trips a day, and that you could consider each household would have 10 trips per day. So we're going to add thousands of trips per day on Stony Hill Church Road, and it'll probably be even greater because there are no amenities out there to get gas, groceries, a loaf of bread, everything. Everybody's got to get on that road to go somewhere to do anything. Most developments of this size have the ability and willingness, developers who do developments of this size and this magnitude that we're seeing out there, to provide enhanced traffic attributes. If you go to Johnston County, Wake County, even out in the rural areas, the developer is putting in a turn lane, or even in the case of Stony Hill Church Road where houses have gone up, the setbacks on those houses should have been greater to accommodate the fact that Stony Hill Church Road already needs to be widened, and there needs to be a turn lane between Bailey Road and Horns Church Road already if you go riding out there. It's a very narrow road. These developers have not previously offered, nor has any such condition been imposed upon them. And if you deal with developers in Raleigh or Greenville or in these outlying areas, developers are donating things, making suggestions, enhance that, or the county's putting some condition on them. Once this thing's in place and the developer's out of there, we're not getting anything from him. It's now. You can't, and once you approve it constitutionally, you can't go back ex post facto and change it. And so this decision is very important. If you can't make a good decision today, postpone it. You're working on a new county plan, and that county plan needs to be addressed, and we need to give it the time and deliberation before we put, it's going to be right at just under 1,000 houses out here in this 1 square mile, and the traffic's going in West Horn Church Road, Stony Hill Church Road, Circular Road, Whitley Road. All those roads are just going to be massive traffic, and there's already a traffic issue. Back in the day, I had no trouble backing out of my mama's driveway on 581, and all this traffic goes up to 581 and heads towards Bailey to go to 264, one way or the other. And you know, it's getting tough to even back out of her driveway. I need to turn around and pull out on 581, and I've heard people having to sit with cars 10 deep off of Stony Hill Church Road to turn on to 581. Finally, we're actually being asked to amend the ordinance. The original zoning plan that you did, time and deliberation was put into that. And it's my understanding from talking with your county offices and y'all that that time and effort's being put in there. And I really plead with you, before you go allow further development, are we giving this the same time and study into this decision today that was made back when that plan was done? There were good reasons for it being zoned R40 then, and there's nothing changed now, and especially to keep allowing this volume. And I commend and thank Cecil Williams for wanting to bring things to Nash County. I think that's good, but he can't just have it just the way he wants it. It's just not fair to the citizens to allow this. And I'm still amazed to think that a 4-inch or 6-inch water line is going to provide enough water for all these homes. And you saw some beautiful subdivisions up here on the screen earlier today on some developments when you were showing all the new homes in Nash County, and they had these great big beautiful green lawns. Well, is everybody going to get out there and water their yard so they can have that kind of green grass and service all the water in there off those 6-inch pipes? I don't think so. I'm not an engineer, and I don't know that, but I think I know enough to know that's going to be iffy. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, we can leave it. He can go out there and build houses in the R40 lots right now. He's got a lot of other things we haven't seen. He's built, all he's done is build on the road front lots that he's got. He's not put in interior infrastructure that's got to be put in here. I heard him last year stand up here and say that he had every lot in that big subdivision over there under contract with national builders. I hadn't seen any of those national builders out there. And I think it's significant that Chairman Davis pointed out that he said they had 643 new homes in the county last year, and there are 1,000 lots approved. Well, 3/4 of those 1,000 lots are approved right here in this square mile. Right here, in this one place. Why? I mean, it is a beautiful place, and maybe it is a beautiful. Green Pond's always been a lovely area, but I think we do need to stop. I heard recently, smell the rose and blow out the candle. Take a deep breath, and let's study this more. It can wait. Mr. Williams has got plenty to do right here this next year to get these other subdivisions done, and his land can sit right there, and it's not been rezoned. You could get the tax base, will probably still be agriculture or something, and let's take time to get this right. Please, I beg you to just pause on this, please. Love being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fitch. Next speaker. Morning, sir.
My name is Ned Lofgren. I'm at 4618 Courtney Drive in Bailey, and I also voiced my opposition to this, and as well as the other developments at the previous zoning hearing. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the specific area here, but this area has crushed and tarred roads in the area. They are narrow, there's no shoulders, and by adding this many homes in such a small area poses a great traffic risk. Something that was mentioned at one of the previous zoning hearings is that the road stipulations for Strickland Road are going to be ignored because they were they voted on not needing that 1,000-car designation, even though they're putting in this many homes. This development here has approval for that new road designation. Consistency is important, and safety. Just so many homes in such a condensed area is concerning. It's going to put added stress on Bailey itself, which an argument has been said that, well, if you build the homes, industry will come to Bailey. The way it is currently, everybody goes to Wilson. Everyone goes to Raleigh or Zebulon. There is no major facilities to accommodate this many people. And truthfully don't see that development coming to Bailey itself when everybody goes elsewhere, or as it is, working elsewhere. They're going to pick up on the way home. The farming equipment, you got to have the road space for that. Having to get to these farms through a residential division, what's that going to do to those properties and traffic in that area as well? We had a school board member at the zoning meeting that said the schools are at capacity or near to it. Adding an additional 900 homes, families, could potentially put that over the limit easily. So I'm in opposition to this type of density in all these areas that are putting in such a small area. And I hope that you'll consider pushing them to make a new plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Davis, Board, I'm Peggy Lamb.
Morning,
I have lived almost 70 years in the southern Nash area. I served 30 years at the public school system of Nash County. And I'd like to thank you for your time today, and thank you for the update that you gave on county. Within the past 15 years, there have been several new subdivisions in our area. Just to name a few, there's Baker Place off of 581. There's the TC High subdivision off of Lyles Road. There's White Oaks subdivision off of Needham Road, and the development off of alternate 264, now near Stone Heritage Road. Those developments, in my opinion, are evidence of well-planned, thoughtful development of southern Nash County growth. Consideration was for traffic, for resident and child safety, for bus stops, for water needs, for promotion even of community relations with walking, running, strolling areas. The current request for zone change from R40 single-family residence to R20 CZ, medium-density residential conditional zoning, is not, even with the reduced lots, in my opinion, is not compatible with the aforementioned well-planned development areas, and is not, in my opinion, in the best interest of southern Nash County and its current residents, nor future residents. We want the new residents to enjoy the setting we have in southern Nash County. We don't want them restricted to city density and overpopulation. Southern Nash does not need more development comparable to the recently approved RA20s of Stony Hill Church Road. Now's the time to consider carefully the impact of the decision you will make today, ensuring that proper infrastructure, engineering input is obtained to accommodate the nearly 900 homes that will now be in that area, many of which, as Ms. Finch stated, will be impacting traffic on West Orange Church Road. Schools, if you assume one child per home, are you ready to build the schools that are going to be needed very quickly in that area at the current growth rate? Water draining, policing, are those facilities in place? We do not want Nash County, southern Nash County residents in 2042 and 2062 to suffer the consequences of the decision that is made here in 2022. Nash County Planning Board Commission does not have a history of poor planning and poor development in these areas, and we do not want that to begin today. R40 is adequate for the area and the existing infrastructure. It is for these reasons that I ask you to vote no to the proposed zone change from the current R40, which allows for moderate planned growth, to RA20CZ. A vote no is a vote for current and future southern Nash citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Our next speaker. Morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning. My name is Cecil Williams. I reside at 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City. We had this same loop road proposal before, and we were denied because of the number of roadfront lots on Stony, on Loop Road, and so we basically cut those in half. And I might remind the board, as sure everyone is aware, that we're asking for the rezoning of property on a Green Pond Loop Road, not Stony Hill Church Road. And some of the things I can update, and the use is, I've heard some comments, and the county has built a park for the people in the area to use, just as they built one in Cooper's community. The one in the Bailey, Middlesex area is not as nice as the one in Cooper's, but it's not the number of houses, not the number of residents in the Bailey area yet as there is in Cooper's. And I would also like to report that we do have Spectrum Internet that's and a work order that's coming to the Green Pond area, which is a good news. I would have thought for everyone. And if you take the total number of acres here and divide it by the total number of lots, you come up to about 1.5 acres per lot. So there's a lot of bad land on the property, and we're using it at the best, in my opinion, the very best use possible. And we're going into what the chairman said this morning about the 303 new jobs and also about the industrial park in Middlesex. What we're doing in building houses is a great amenity or a great side benefit that's going to help the corporate park, because we're building nice houses and we're going to nice people and qualified people to work in the industrial park. And I wanted to make one comment here about we did 142 million in economic growth this past year in Nash County. I don't know how many acres that encompassed to get that growth, 142 million. With our, not all ours, but the 895 houses that are planned that are in the Green Pond area will contribute $268 million in tax base to the county. I believe don't like a whole lot being twice of what the economic development does, and I'm all for economic development. It's great, fine, and good, but it seems like the people in the land development business, it's a struggle with us to get something approved, but yet we are very eager to help the people in the industrial development, and you got to have both. You can't have one without the other. That's in my personal opinion. And the reason this is all, someone else asked the question about, didn't know why this is all opening up. It's all opening up because of the Wilson County watershed overlay that is no longer there. And our 895 houses, I got 895 houses on 1/2 acre lots take up 400 and some acres of land, 442 acres of land, I believe, and if you leave it zoned like it is, it's going to take up 895 acres of land, and more than that when you don't have to add in the bad lands that you can't use. And it's just a matter of it's just smart growth and smart planning to use the lower lots and let the soils dictate what size lots you can have. There's not many areas in the county that can even have a 1/2 acre lot. And we've spent all the money to put the infrastructure in with the sewer, I mean not the sewer, but the water, and we need to try to use that. And I will put this up, and I don't Well, sir, I guess you got to go this way. Oh, look at that. Now how to do that? Right here, don't we? I'm gonna learn this stuff one day. Watch this, look. This is a petition that was put forth by the people that are opposed to our development. This is a site, I think it's called the Bailey Information Site, and it's a stop rezoning agricultural land. And there's 2,100 members. They had 171 members of this closed group signed a petition, which means that 8.5% of the people in this group are against me, and 91.5 either are for me or they're neutral. So I think and it's a closed group now of only people. It's a closed group of people that have an association with Bailey. And so I would think this would be very important. And at that time, I'll answer any questions anyone might have. And
Any questions of Mr. Williams? Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Other speakers for or against this item?
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing us to publicly speak and speak up. My name is Heather Louise Finch, and first I want to say that my job is I do investigative and business intelligence and automatic robotic process automation for a living, and I consult on that. So what I do is I go and I look and I find numbers and facts and figures. So with that being said, the census population of the Bailey community, just the town of Bailey, was 566 in 2020. Now, those numbers are staggered because not everyone participated. So a closed Facebook group, I'm sorry, but that's just not credible information. It's not credible information, and it's not a fact. It's barely based on opinion.
I need you to,
Sure.
ma'am, I need you to address the board and
Sorry.
not the audience.
Sure, yes, sir, I understand. Thank you. So I just wanted to thank you all I reached out to all of you prior to this earlier in January, but I wanted to address a few things from a number standpoint. My big thing is transparency. And I understand that it's great that we have growth and we have a lot of businesses coming and we're developing and such to a degree. What I'm worried about is that some things that have been left and have fallen through the cracks. And what I would hate to see is because of stuff that has been approved, it's not been followed up through or followed well. Now, the people who work for the county have done an amazing job with their work. They're overstaffed. They're understaffed and overworked right now, and you can just tell that the minutes are already behind 7 months from the planning board committee's meeting minutes. So there's new people who've been appointed to the planning board, and how can they be up to speed with what's happening if they're unable to address things that are on a 7-month backlog? Additionally, the kiosk that were approved initially on Stony Hill Church Road, they haven't been put up yet. And I spoke with the postmaster in Bailey, and she understands that people are not supposed to put their mailboxes up. There's supposed to be a temporary mailbox kiosk that's up. Now, another developer with a property off of Whitley Road and Needham Road, they have already put the temporary mailbox kiosk up. The postmaster in Bailey is very overwhelmed. She's really stressed out. The post office place is no bigger than the width probably of where y'all are sitting today. So that's been a big issue. This put a lot of stress on the couriers, and it's put a lot of stress on that small office. Also, I had the Nash County Sheriff's Office to send me numbers from 2020 and 2021, and I did run an aggregation and a regression scale to see what could happen with the population increase over time, but I'm just going to look at the numbers from 2020. And these are all numbers that were submitted south of 97 Highway, and specifically in the area of a 9.6 radius that we're talking about. So the Nash County Sheriff's Office received in 2020 3,933 calls and 6,007 in 2021. Now, some of those were probably COVID related, but still, they're a request for resources. Additionally, I did run the numbers of the call times of when a call was reported for the Sheriff's Department when they call in either communication center, the NCSO, Nash County Sheriff's Office, and there has been an increase in following up on an increase in like when an officer or EMS is able to get out to a residence or wherever that may be. Additionally, things that have increased are burglary, harassment, and I can send this information following this meeting today with the data that I was able to put together. So when I look at that, that tells me that we obviously know our Sheriff's Department and our emergency services are understaffed as well, and there's a big need for help there to be able to grow. So I think that if you look at the stuff, look at the infrastructure and the current issues that we have, let's get that in place first, because a lot has already been passed that we're unable to support, and what's done is done. What's been approved has been approved. But I ask you to please just consider pausing the brakes. I have some other supporting information too that I'll share with you after this, because I know I'm running out of time. But one thing I question is the last planning board meeting. I understand the process of how things are presented. Was Duke Energy, did they approve for this? Has that been approved? Because that's a high tension power line going right on top of a subdivision in a wetland. So I'm just curious, like, if the TWC, if that committee has actually seen that. They said that they had at the last meeting, but it was my understanding that they look at this information and approve it before it goes to the planning board. I could be wrong, but there's not instructions on the website that address that either. So I just wanted to speak on numbers that I've seen of areas of concern that have already been passed and which we can't handle, and just please consider that as you move forward. And economic development is a good thing, but you can't just look at new homes, especially considering you do not know the household yet, the income of the household, the taxes and that basis. So it's really hard to determine all those facts when that's not planned out yet. And so thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Ms. Fitch, if you have something you want to get to the board, just direct it to the clerk and she will get it to us.
Yes, sir.
We get information in different ways as board members, and she knows.
I'm sure your inbox is flowing. I will do that. Thank you so much.
No, I didn't say that. We get it in different ways. But it'd be best to get her, then I'll know all board members to get it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Other speakers? Don't see any movement, so I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, the public hearing is closed at this time, and if any commissioner has any additional information they'd like to ask Mr. Tyson, it'd be a good time to do it. Any other questions of Mr. Tyson? Explanations?
General question, how many members on the planning board?
9. 3 were absent at the meeting where this was considered, and 1 is affiliated with the adjacent property that will be benefiting from the new access easement. And so that member, in discussion with the staff, recused himself from this decision. And so that's how we ended up with a total of 5 votes.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I think the planning board and the planning director have been very thorough and what they have presented us, and I thank you. I know I shot some emails to Mr. Tyson myself, and he was very thorough, because I had first asked for a meeting with him, but the emails were so detailed that meeting was not necessary. And it seems to me that we are all faced with the facts that are in front of us and the concerns of a community. And so I would just like to say thank you to the planning board, thank you to the planning department and Mr. Tyson, and that whatever decision we make as a board, that we seriously consider it, and I know we have, and I know you all have done that, so thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Other comments or questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Well,
Excuse me, Mr. Bellfield, do you have a comment?
oh, yeah, comment, no questions. I've been concerned about agriculture for some time. We have diminished agriculture in this country, in this state, and in this country, till if we aren't very careful, we're going to be importing our food supply totally. We're going to overpopulate ourselves like India and China, and we won't have nowhere to produce food supply. So I think we need to, as we move forward, we need to look at this. I had one farmer to call me about the situation, and my response to him is, I said, you know, some of our farmers are getting old, and they may not have children to take over. Then they're going to look at selling for the best price that they can get, and it may not sell for farmland. It may sell for developing homes, other things. So, and I suggested to this farmer that called me, I said, you just need to keep up with in agriculture, and you're interested in keeping agriculture, that you're going to have to, in your community, you're going to have to know who's farming. And I even went on to say, and the age, do they have any, are they developing children, training their children or family members to keep agriculture going? And if they don't have that, they're going to sell, because they know they're not going to be here on this earth forever. And they're going to sell it, and I'm going to tell you who's going after the property now. And there are people that are not interested in agriculture. They're interested in developing it. Because I know my parents' property they've gotten. And talk about paying cash money and how fast they can process everything, and you have your money. And that's going on. And I've talked with some other people. So that's something that we in this country, in this state, and all the counties, one of the counties within the state, need to take a look at, well, where's agriculture going? And that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Bellfield. Other comments? Pleasure of the board on this item?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to deny the conditional rezoning request that proposes to change the rezoning to RA20CZ and adopts the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness listed in the agenda packet. This is based on the request being unreasonable, and it is not in the public's interest because the proposed residential density will result in too great of housing density in this specific rural area.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and I have a second. Mr. Tyson, is it in proper form?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that Ms. Leggett's motion was clear, and I will review the recording to get the specific wording, but I think it is in proper form.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, may I follow up with just a few brief comments?
Absolutely.
All right. First, I just want to thank all the citizens that came to express their opinions. You know, this is your government, and we want all the citizen input that we can get. It's our job to help provide checks and balances for everything that's going on. My second comment is that a zoning change is a request for an exception, and that part of the premise for the recent R20 rezoning exceptions have been to meet a forecasted need for houses on smaller lots in the southwestern part of our county. And over the last 2 years, over 780 R20 home sites, which are smaller than the R40 pre-zone sites, have been approved. To date, less than 10% of those approved home sites, the R20 home sites, have been built on or have construction in progress. It is the sentiment of the citizens in the area that enough R20 home sites have been approved to meet the short-term housing needs. It is also, that doesn't mean that we are willing to look at rezonings in the future. And Mr. Tyson, later on, I'd like to get clarification on one item. In recent subdivision sketches that we've approved, there are stub roads in those sketches, which means it's a dead-end road. It basically provides access for potential future development. But if that future development never occurs, it's still a dead-end road that is not big enough for emergency vehicles like fire trucks to turn around in. So I think that's something we need to look at and make sure that we're still providing the citizens of this county the best services we can.
I can comment on that briefly, that when you have a stub road, both we and the NCDOT require that road to have an easement established at the end that is either a bulb like a cul-de-sac or a T-shaped temporary turnaround. And that land would be a part of the landowners on either side, because it could be abandoned if the road is ever continued onto the adjacent property. But if that never happens, that bulb or that T-shape remains as a turnaround for not only emergency vehicles, but delivery vehicles as well. And so that is something that we look at.
Thank you.
Good.
Can I just add to that, her comment just a little bit?
You can, sir.
We've actually approved 786 R20 lots in that area, and the way I look at it, that's an exception to the rule. You know, the standard is R40s, and we have made exception for 786 lots, and I counted them myself. I counted 67 that's already been built, or the foundation's being dug, or somewhere all the way to the ground. Well, I had a developer that's been involved in this rezoning stuff tell me it's going to take years to develop these lots that we've already approved. And I think we've got a good example. We've been messing with this stuff for 3 years, and we got 67 houses either finished or started in this area. So we don't know what's going to happen to the economy. We don't know when the housing market's going to take a downturn. Why should we go out here and approve all these lots that we don't know will ever be built? And I'm just thinking, for right now, we're good. We got enough. That we got time for developers to take a year or 2 years or whatever to develop the lots that's already been approved. And that's where I stand on this matter.
Commissioner Combs and Leggett, I think y'all's comments are addressed to the area that we were talking about this morning.
Exactly.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. At this time, I need to call for a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back in approximately 10 minutes. Thank you. Order at this time after the recess, and we are moving on to item number 10, which is another public hearing, a UDO text amendment, request A220101 to prohibit residential land uses in non-residential zoning districts. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tyson at this time.
Thank you. What you have on the screen in front of you is an excerpt from the current Nash County Unified Development Ordinance, specifically an excerpt from the table of permitted uses. The ordinance currently permits the development of a variety of single-family, two-family, and multifamily residential land uses in commercial zoning districts. And those districts are known as O&I, Office and Institutional, RC, Rural Commercial, and GC, General Commercial. And if you look at the note down at the bottom, those residential uses are permitted for development in those commercial zones at the density and dimensional requirements of the R6 high-density residential zoning district. Now, this is typically not an issue because there's no way to develop at the R6 without the availability of sewer, and the county does not have that much area that is accessible to existing sewer lines. But those are the regulations as they stand today. The R6 requirement is 6,000 square feet per lot with a minimum lot width as little as 60 feet per lot. The purpose of this text amendment, which has been submitted by the Technical Review Committee, I should mention it's been submitted as a result of discussions between the planning staff and the Board of Commissioners, is to prohibit the development of these residential land uses within these non-residential zoning districts. The bottom line is that this change will prevent residential development from happening as an unintended side effect of commercial rezoning, and will ensure that if there is high-density residential development, it's done intentionally by the board through a rezoning that is clearly residential in nature. The residential uses we're talking about are already prohibited in industrial zoning districts, and they'll continue to be permitted for development in our agricultural and residential zoning districts, subject to any applicable development standards or review requirements. The change is, this is the same slide as before, but the yellow highlights indicate the portions that are up for consideration to be changed. And those are the residential land uses of concern: modular homes, multifamily dwellings or condominiums, patio homes, single-family detached dwellings, townhouse dwellings, and two-family dwellings or duplexes. Those are all permitted under some circumstances in those commercial zoning districts, and the change would eliminate them, but only from those commercial zoning districts. They would stay permitted in agricultural and residential zones under the same circumstances that they currently are. The other change would be an elimination of the statement found at the bottom, which is that those residential land uses may be developed at the R6 density and dimensional requirements. The amendment would prohibit vertical mixed-use development. Of course, mixed-use development is when residential and commercial are developed together. When I say vertical, I'm referring to the development you would see maybe in a downtown urban area where you would have commercial use at the ground level of a structure with residential uses on the upper floors. The Technical Review Committee determined that there are not very many opportunities for such a mixed-use development in the rural area of the county's jurisdiction, and so we felt comfortable going forward with prohibiting that. What it does not prohibit is horizontal mixed-use development, meaning that you could have commercial and residential uses directly beside one another. And by that I mean you could have a combined development project that one area is identified for townhouses and another area might be identified as an office park or a commercial park. But those would be horizontal mixed-use developments, meaning that you could establish a zoning line between the commercial and the residential areas. Any kind of request like that would likely take the form of a conditional rezoning request that would come before the board with a site plan showing those differently zoned commercial and residential areas. So that horizontal remains an option, but the vertical would be ruled out by this change. There are a small number of residences in Nash County that are already in one of these residential zoning districts, OI, RC, or GC. If this change were made, those residences would be recognized by our ordinance as being legal at the time they were established, and although they are non-conforming to the newly amended regulations, they would lawfully be allowed to remain in place and even could be potentially enlarged or replaced subject to the requirements of Article 6, Section 6.3. The land development plan needs to be consulted by state law for consistency anytime we make a change to our Unified Development Ordinance. In this case, the amendment is neither specifically consistent nor inconsistent with the plan because the plan does not specifically comment on residential uses developed in non-residential zoning districts. So regardless of whether the board chooses approval or denial, the statement of plan consistency will be the same, that the amendment is neither consistent nor specifically inconsistent with the plan. The TRC reviewed this change on January 12th and obviously recommended approval since it was initiated by the TRC. The Planning Board reviewed it on January 18th and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request and the statement of plan consistency. And you have one motion in your report there, either to approve the text amendment or deny the text amendment, subject to the same statement of plan consistency. And as I stated, the bottom line here is that this amendment will allow the board to ensure that any high-density residential development is done as a result of an intentional residential rezoning action taken by the board and not as an unintended consequence of commercially zoned property. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions that the board has.
Any questions for board members, for Mr. Tyson? This item is something that a couple of board members realized when we rezoned the property at 97 and Halifax Road last month or the month before would have allowed for multifamily residential, kind of unbeknown to us at the time, but that's what has brought this action on.
Kind of looks like to me, simple version is we're taking residential out of commercial.
Correct.
Okay. I understand that well.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I call for a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here this morning or this afternoon now and wish to speak on this item, we'd be glad to have you come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anybody wish to speak on this item? Seeing no movement, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? I didn't get enough ayes, but didn't get no opposed either. So the motion carries. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the text amendment to include the statement of plan consistency.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion. Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 11, which is an EMS update, and we'll call on our new director, Scott Rogers, to present the information. Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My purpose here today is to give you a brief snapshot of our staffing levels and how COVID continues to affect that and has unfortunately affected us right much since the first of the year. Currently, we have 88 total certified positions in EMS. It takes us 26 people per day to fully staff our trucks, as well as 8 people to staff the convalescent division. Since the first of the year, we have experienced one time of 13 people that were out because of COVID-related issues at one time. We continue to average 2 to 3 people per day that are either positive for COVID or quarantine or waiting test results or whatever, and of course are not allowed to work due to their direct contact with patients. In addition to that, I would just point out that we still average between 3 to 5 people out per day when you combine COVID with other things, leave, sprained ankle, so forth. So what it amounts to is that we have a difficult time filling all of our positions every day on a daily basis. What it really amounts to, unfortunately for me as a director and call myself a leader, is there's no obvious solutions to that. There's really no way to solve that. In the short term, we do currently have 7 openings in EMS, and quite frankly, in the last few months, the applications for those jobs has dwindled to nearly nothing. We have received 2 applications within the last 3 weeks. We brought in both of those, hired both of them, but they were only seeking part-time work. So that, again, diminishes our abilities. The good news is, I think, is that our people are stepping up to the challenge. They're working a lot. They're working callback. They're working, honestly, probably more than they would like to, and maybe even more than they should. I did meet with all 3 shifts last week and just encouraged them that, in my opinion, this can't last forever, I hope. So if they'll stick with us and just keep doing the best they can do, then that's what we will continue to do. I will tell you that I think, unfortunately, in EMS and in 911, it's causing what we refer to as just chronic fatigue. They're just tired of working. But again, the good news is they've stepped up to the challenge. I also wanted to point out to you that in 911, which is where all of this starts and many times ends, we have 23 positions assigned in EMS. It takes 5 people to fill a shift, 2 shifts per day. At one point, we had 10 of those folks out in a 2-week period, which again puts us in a real quandary, if you will. But again, we have been able to fill the shifts and keep everything running very smoothly. One thing that you may have seen in social media or in the media in the last couple of days is we have been fortunate enough to receive a resource request from the State Office of OEMS. They have tasked 3 FEMA-funded units, EMS units, to be here in the county helping us. We have 2 of those assigned to day shift and 1 of those assigned to a night shift working in the city of Rocky Mount area. That's not giving us an opportunity to allow any of our people off, if you will. We're just simply moving our people out of the city to the slower districts out in the county. So it does give them a little reprieve from running so many calls. But that has helped. They came in Thursday of last week. Friday was actually the first day that they were operational. They worked through the weekend, and they will be here for 2 weeks. We're going to reevaluate in 10 days to see if they need to stay longer or if they can possibly stay longer. But I think, again, the good news is that, and I'd certainly like to publicly thank all of our staff for the hard work they're doing. I think we're maintaining, again, well above average service, and we owe it to their extra work. So I just wanted to give you an update on that today. Be happy to answer any questions I might could.
Questions of the director?
Yes. Do you, in hiring, do you hire people and then put them in training, or you just hiring those that are already qualified to?
We currently require that the folks that we hire have at least an EMT certification. One of the big issues that we have is that some of the employees that we have lost have been paramedic certified, which is the highest level of care they can provide in the field. When we lose a paramedic, we obviously end up hiring an EMT, which is the lowest level. We have, which causes us issues because it could take a couple of years for them to reach the paramedic certification if they choose to go that route. We have changed our hiring practices just quite simply out of necessity. We have streamlined the process. We have actually removed a few administrative requirements we had in the past, but we don't have the capability to hire anyone that does not possess at least an EMT certification currently.
Well, okay, what about hiring them and then Nash Community College train them?
Right.
And they become certified?
We try to do it in the reverse. We try to get them from Nash Community after they've received that certification. The problem with hiring them prior is that if we hire them with no certification, then they can't be on a truck for as much as 9 months while they're in training. And of course, the training is done in the Con Ed department, which is typically a nighttime class. And there is an academy there, but they're involved in the academy for about a 21-week period. And of course, if they're taking a position in our organization, but they're not able to work during that time, it still puts us short.
Mr. Outlaw?
Yeah, Scott, you said you were 7 people short.
Yes.
What options do you have to fill those holes other than just hiring a new person? Do you have any contract options, or, I mean, you see these nurses that float across the country and go to different areas, and
Right.
do you have any options at all for the short term?
Not really, Mr. Outlaw. They're really just not available. If they're employed, if they have a certification, they're employed by another organization, or and that's why we get some part-time help. But I'm not familiar with any contract capability for paramedics or EMTs. That's an interesting concept. I should pursue that, but I'm not currently aware of any.
Is this dilemma kind of consistent with other counties? I mean, I see it up in Wake County.
Absolutely.
I read in the paper, and it's not unique to Nash County.
No, it's not, and I don't want to diminish our issues, but we're really in good shape compared to a lot of other counties, quite frankly, so I'm happy to report that. I have, over the past couple of weeks, conversed with a lot of my colleagues in fire and EMS, and it's I have a good friend that's chief of Zebulon Fire Department, and he unfortunately had an entire shift that was out for about a week.
I heard about that.
So it is a City of Rocky Mount Fire is experiencing a lot of shortages. It's just a tough time.
When these people retire, I guess they lose their certification after some period of time.
In most cases, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Can these people come back and be recertified if they had interest in coming back to work? Even if it was part-time?
Right.
That would benefit you, it seems to me.
Right. It would.
I mean, I see them in other places working at funeral homes and things like that.
That's right. They, when they are no longer affiliated with an agency, they can't maintain that certification. They could get it back without too much trouble. We just, quite frankly, don't find many of them that are willing to do it.
Well, I would just encourage you to look at what you think it would take to plug that hole.
Okay.
In the short term anyway. Look at all your options. That may be one of them. It might require some special incentive. I don't know.
Sure. Okay.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, one more. 911 calls. Is there any coordination between Nash County and the City of Rocky Mount on 911 calls?
I'm sorry, you said coordination?
I'm thinking about maybe they can handle some of them. Do they handle all of them that's call 911s that come through citizens that live in Rocky Mount?
Well, we handle all EMS transport calls on the Nash side within the city. Now, they do dispatch their fire department for medical first responders inside the city.
Yeah, I noticed the fire department also respond.
I think his real question was the 911 center, the calls.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, if a phone line inside of the city limits of Rocky Mount dials 911, it automatically goes to Rocky Mount first. If they need an ambulance, then they transfer it to us. They dispatch their fire department, we dispatch an ambulance. Yes.
Other? Scott, the only comment I'd have, Mr. Outlaw, to build on what he asked about retired. You know, at my time, Chair of the Building Code Council, we did get a general statute to allow us to put inspectors back to work without having to get recertified. I don't know whether it's possible to do that, or I don't know what's the right thing to do that. Maybe depending on how long they've been retired, but.
I think it could be possible. The challenge we have is that it's sort of a two-tier situation in that the state would have to allow the certification.
Right.
But then in a turn, the local medical director would have to approve that person.
Correct.
And that's one of the issues we run into, is that by the time we get a person squared away, if you will, to help us, then the desire is not there, or the problem is over, or whatever the case may be.
Well, we had a 3-year term limit on it, and some of those are falling back out again.
That's right. Yes, sir.
But it did help us for 3 years tremendously.
Certainly did. And that was a contract situation very similar to like Mr. Outlaw mentioned.
That's right. Yeah, we actually had well over 200 at one time employed throughout the state, so it got us over a big hump.
Yeah.
All right, we thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do, and if you would make sure your employees understand, the board appreciates them.
We will. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move to item number 12, which is a community development block grant. Patsy, is it you or Emily? It's Patsy, okay. You did get back.
Yes, sir. The doctor was quick, and y'all weren't quite as quick, I guess.
We weren't quick at all, and if you got back with a doctor being quick, you are living right. That's all I'll say.
This morning, I come before you before a matter that's just really a matter of paperwork. It's regarding the Community Development Block Grant and authorizing resolutions and signatory cards. Nash County currently has 4 Community Development Block Grants. The CDBG Neighborhood Revitalization Grant for $750,000 to pave Peel Drive and some related stormwater improvements and rehab 4 houses and replace 2 houses. And then we have, secondly, CDBG Economic Development Building Reuse Grant for $750,000 to rehab a commercial structure that the Crump Group is occupying. And then thirdly, CDBG Disaster Recovery for almost $500,000 for Elm Street drainage improvements. And then fourthly, CDBG Coronavirus for $900,000 for subsistence payments, Wi-Fi, and hand washing stations. And each one of those grants requires an authorizing resolution and a signatory card. So these need to be updated because of the retirement of County Manager Z. Lamb and the promotion of Assistant County Manager Stacy Schatzer to fill that position. And we have to make these changes to 2 of our signatory cards. 2 of them, we didn't have those people on, so they don't require changing. And we have to make these changes in order to continue and resume financial business with the State Department of Commerce and the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency. So in your packet, you have 4 authorizing resolutions, and we ask you to approve those.
Any questions of Patsy at this time? Patsy, can we approve all 4 of them at the same time, or do we, or Mike, either one?
I think you can approve them all 4 at the same time.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for failing to introduce Mike Gaynor, who most of us know is filling in for Vince this morning and this afternoon. Vince is taking his turn with what we talk about quite a bit, and I'll leave it at that. So he'll be back to work, I think, middle of the week or so. Yes. But thank you for being here this morning, Mike. All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve this request or these resolutions.
Move for approval of all 4 authorizing resolutions.
Okay, have a motion for all 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Motion was by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? They stand approved.
Thank you.
I hope your girl's doing okay.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You say it's the same arm she's broke before?
Yes, but UNC Orthopedics, good. Her operation went well.
Right.
She not only broke it, she managed to dislocate it and affect the tendons in the wrist. So,
Oh, my goodness.
good job.
All right, we'll move on to item number 13, which is the Community Development Block Grant Building Reuse for the Crump Group Project Ordinance. I'll call on Donna Wood at this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, the item that I have before you, so Nash County has been awarded $750,000 for Building Reuse Program grant funds from the North Carolina Department of Commerce, Rural Infrastructure Authority, and the Rural Economic Development Division. The project associated with this grant funding is the Crump Group. And the recommendation is, I'm requesting that the board approve the grant project ordinance for the Building Reuse Program.
Any questions? None, I call for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved. Item 14, Ms. Wood, is yours as well, is a courthouse/sheriff expansion capital project ordinance amendment and closeout.
Okay, so the amendment is presented to close out the courthouse expansion project and transfer any remaining funds to the general fund to use for debt service on the courthouse in fiscal year 2022.
Are there any remaining funds?
There were a few remaining funds. If you look at the project, you can see overall we've transferred back to the general fund almost the full amount of the $2 million that was transferred in, and we have been able to use that for debt service.
It worked out like you planned it then?
Well, I can't say that I would have planned that, but it did work out fortunately for the county.
Right. Any questions on this? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second. Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any unopposed or, I got tracked up there. Anyway, anybody vote against it? Thank you. I got it. All right, we'll move to item number 15, which is a resolution delegating authority for the Minnie Brooks Act exemption. Ms. Wood?
On April 5th, 2021, the Board of Commissioners approved a resolution delegating the county manager, Z. Lamb, authority under North Carolina General Statute 14364 to exempt specific projects from the Minnie Brooks Act on a project-by-project basis where the estimated professional fee is less than $50,000. This request is presented to the Board of Commissioners to approve the attached resolution to delegate to County Manager Stacy Schatzer the authority to exempt specific projects from the Minnie Brooks Act on a project-by-project basis where the estimated professional fee is less than $50,000.
Any questions on this? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item 16 are budget amendments.
Okay. The following budget amendments are presented for the board's consideration for fiscal year 21-22. The first amendment is with Department of Social Services. This amendment is presented to budget additional federal, state, and county funds. Additional funding is for foster care room and board due to increased caseloads and board rates. The funding will be used for temporary placement while families resolve issues with the goal of reuniting safely. Other additional federal funds are also to support temporary assistance for needy families, child protective services, foster care, and adoption for administration of child protective service cases. The additional LEAP COVID-19 administration is 100% federal funds for administration of the LEAP assistance program for qualified citizens heating expenses. The overall request is for additional funding of $171,153, and no additional county funds are required. The next budget amendment is with the Senior Services Department. This amendment is presented to transfer the HCCBG funds from general transportation to home-delivered meals, along with an increase in home-delivered meals subsidy from the HCC block grant funding. It's an overall change of $628, but no additional county funds are required. The next item is with our library. This budget amendment is presented to budget additional funds available to Brownsville Library from Aid to Public Libraries Fund for the 21-22 fiscal year from a pass-through grant with Nash County as the pass-through agency. The total grant for fiscal year 21-22 is $129,772. However, at the time Nash County's budget was adopted, the final funding had not been set, and therefore the previous year's funding amount was budgeted. This is a request to increase that grant funding for $462, and no county funds are required. The next item is with Grants and Intergovernmental Department. This amendment is presented to budget grant funds received from Golden Leaf for the Golden Leaf Site Program Middlesex Corporate Center Due Diligence Grant. It's a grant of $50,000, and no county funds are required. The next item is with our Sheriff's Office. This amendment is presented to budget grant funds received from the Governor's Crime Commission to purchase a mobile license plate reader and rugged laptop. It's a grant of $24,000, and no county funds are required. And the last item for budget amendment is insurance proceeds associated with the asset forfeiture funds. This budget amendment is to budget insurance proceeds received for Sheriff's Office 2017 Dodge Charger, identified as totaled. The vehicle was originally purchased using Department of Treasury asset forfeiture funds, and these funds will be used to purchase a replacement vehicle. It's $20,807, and no county funds are required.
All right, any questions on either of those 6 budget amendments? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, a second. Second. Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Budget amendment stand approved. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
17 is board appointments, and I'll call on our county manager. I don't know why I want to make you a city manager.
I don't know either.
I will call on our county manager to give the board appointments.
Yes, sir. The only appointment that we have for you to consider this morning is for the Strategic Twin Counties Education Partnership, STEP. We'd like the board to consider replacing Commissioner Sue Leggett with Commissioner Gwen Wilkins on the STEP board.
Any questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
I guess you would. Is that kosher? I have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? And Sue volunteered on this. As you know, I had asked for any board members, all board members, to look at their list of appointments they had on committees, and if there was something that they felt like they would offer up, to please let me know, so we could get Gwen on a couple of committees before she got any tougher on me than she had already gotten. I appreciate that. But all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, let me state that, it's nothing that I didn't want to serve on the STEP board. I really enjoyed serving on the STEP board, and I would like for Ms. Wilkins to be able to represent our county as well on various committees and commitments, and I thought that that was something that she could give input on as well.
Sure. And I thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of us would continue to look at your appointments that you're currently on. All right. Stacy, would you, when you get your feet back under you, and I know you've been on a whirlwind, I do like to see that table of upcoming ones each month, if you could continue sending it as what's in the future for board appointments.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
The workbook that I attach in the agenda?
Yes. I don't think we have it. And if we do, it didn't come through to mine. But,
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why that didn't get in there.
I'm not sure either. But it
Okay.
does help me project
Yes,
ahead.
I will look into that.
What we need, okay.
It should be attached.
Yep, okay, thank you. We'll move on now to item number 18, which is monthly tax report, and I'll call on Doris Sumner, who is the most patient lady in the building.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you all know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Any questions on the tax report? Seeing none, it's noted for the minutes that it was given to us, and we thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. The next item that I do have are tax refunds, and we do have several that need approval so that we may disperse those funds.
Okay. You have two on there. Give me 1 second, let me catch up. Any questions on those? On the second one, if you're prepared to, I haven't seen one of these in quite a while. Would you remind the board, particularly for the new board members, what that is and how it works?
Yes, sir. On the second one for the Michael and Steve Deloach, this is part of the Downtown Revitalization Incentive Grant Program. And this is where if you take a building and rehab it, the city will reimburse part of those funds after they've completed the renovations. And it's usually over a 5-year period. And I think this one is getting close to being about I think we have one more for them, and they'll be finished with their program.
And that's the City of Rocky Mount.
City of Rocky Mount, yes, sir.
Any questions on that for Gwen or Marvin? Maybe if you have a downtown building that they spend money on to renovate, Rocky Mount has a program by which they will incentivize them on their taxes moving up based on the improvements. And Nash County, I think Mr. Belfield asked for this a number of years ago for us to look at this too. And we've had it on the books, but we probably used it some, but we don't see it often.
Yes, sir. This is about the second one that I've seen.
Gotcha, okay. All right, entertain a motion for approval of these two.
So moved.
Okay. I'm not sure who, Mr. Belfield made the motions, and the second by Commissioner Outlaw with several more. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? They stand approved, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. And the last item that I have is the report of unpaid taxes and tax lien advertising. Usually I put this at your stations, but we were able to get it into the agenda this month. And what I need from the board is that it requires that the tax collector on the first Monday in February of each year reports to the governing body the total amount of unpaid taxes for the current fiscal year that are liens on real property. In accordance with that statute, the total amount of unpaid taxes for 2021 as of January 31st, 2021 will be reported at the board meeting. A list of these unpaid taxes will be on file in the tax collector's office. The General Statute 106-369 also requires that the governing body order the tax collector to advertise these tax liens. Advertisement must be made at least one time between March 1 and June 30th. And on the second page in your agenda for me, I'd like to report at this time that in accordance with the statute, the total amount of unpaid taxes for 2021 as of January 31st, 2022 is $1,910,001.26. This figure does not include any interest, and of course, a list of these unpaid taxes is on file in the tax collector's office. And there are two actions that I would need from the board in order to proceed. The first action is to approve the report of the tax collector on unpaid 2021 taxes that are liens on real property. And the second is to order the tax collector to advertise 2021 taxes that are liens on real property at least once in the newspaper between March 1st and June 30th.
Any questions? Entertain a motion to approve the tax report and to advertise it in the paper as stated.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that joint motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign. Motion stands approved.
Thank you.
And we thank you, ma'am. Moving on to item number 21 is commissioner reports. Any commissioner have anything they'd like to report to the public and the board at this time?
Well, new met last week, formerly NEED, called NEED, now it's Nash, Edgecombe Wilson, Community Action. Nothing I think is really significant to report on that. I know they're working on increasing daycare attendance, enrollment, and they would love to have 600, and they're close to that, but not there yet. And that's the only committee that I have a report on that's met, that I'm on.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted, for those who don't know, we, myself and Mr. Belfield, I guess, will be representing Nash County at the National Association of Counties Conference in Washington, D.C.
When is that again?
The 12th through the 16th.
Something like the NACO Legislative Conference.
Sure. Okay, board appreciates y'all being willing to do that. Any other comments from board members?
Just that we don't have a mid-month other than budget information, and I think that's been published, so everybody knows the date and the time that starts. I think we're doing that for the next couple of months. Actually, February 1 day, March 2 days, right?
Right, correct.
All right, a couple things. I'm very pleased on behalf of the public to make a couple of announcements from the board. We had two citizens that live in Rocky Mount that one reached the age of 100 on Saturday, and we have one that will reach the age of 100 coming up pretty soon. Darrington, I think it was only 27. 26. Okay. But of course, that is a heck of a milestone. I'll tell you a little story to show you how much of a milestone it is. But one of the citizens lives in Mr. Arrington's district, and he had sent an email asking us to recognize this milestone. And then I had a phone call to my office from a lady that also pointed out another lady, which I will state here in a moment, was also reaching 100, and her birthday was on this past Saturday. So Doris Booth was the lady that I got a phone call about, and she lives at 206 Clifton Road in Rocky Mount. And the ones Mr. Arrington pointed out to us was Charlie Lewis, who lives at Route 1 Box 604, Battleboro, up in the Drake community. I went over the weekend with Paige to try to find what I thought was an appropriate birthday card, thinking I'd go in there and find a birthday card that was, designated to people turning 100. And I looked at cards, and there just wasn't any. We had 18-year-old, 21-year-old, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. So I called this nice young lady over there, and I said, do you put these cards up sometimes? She says, I put them up all the time. And I said, well, can you tell me if there's one here associated with a person turning 100? She said, no, sir. I said, well, wonder why that is. She says, I think it's because we probably wouldn't sell many of them. I thought she had a very appropriate answer, probably about an 18-year-old, and I got to thinking about it. I said, well, that's a darn good answer.
Did you buy 250s?
Well, you know, I did ask her about that. I said, well, what do you think about 250s? She says, well, that's up to you, sir. I was really impressed with the young lady. I did talk to her enough to realize she was still in high school, but she really had her ducks in a row. But I did find an appropriate card, I think, and I just added to the card to these two people. The first one, as I said, was Doris Booth on Clifton Road, and then Charlie Lewis on Route 1, Box 64 in the Battleboro community. But I said, and each one of the board members has signed it. I'm going to give Mr. Lewis to Mr. Ayrton, and he's going to make sure he gets that. And I'll make sure that the lady that called me about Doris Booth, I'll get that to her. And I did notice on social media that City of Rocky Mount actually recognized her on Saturday as well, and our Sheriff Department had some people there, so they were aware of that as well. But I just said, if there was an Olympic medal, thinking the time we were in for 100 years of legendary love, kindness, and strength, you would win the gold. You are a true hero for Nash County. I just thought that little say was appropriate for it, and the card, each one of the commissioners signed it and probably read that as well. So on behalf of these two centurions, we will make sure they get these cards that the commissioners have signed. I will move on to the housing report for the month, and
Can I ask a question?
you can, sir.
A comment?
Sure.
Just a question. I had on my calendar February 21st, we will have a preliminary budget meeting. Are we still doing that?
Yes, sir.
Because, okay, Wayne said, okay, all right, okay.
That's what Wayne said. We wouldn't have a regular meeting, it would be a budget.
But I heard him say the last of February, 1st of March, and it's, okay, February 21st. I'm sorry.
We're going to do it in February and March.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? The housing report for the month of December always slows down just a little bit, simply because construction pretty much shut down between Christmas and New Year, but we did have 32 new home permits, which is really good, quite frankly, and they were pulled by 18 different builders. So the diversity of builders in the county still is amazing to me, how many different ones that we've got building in Nash County. And I know each one of you get that report pretty much the last day or the first day of the month pretty faithfully. And the one thing I am amazed at and is the cost of these manufactured or modular frame homes. And we actually had one permit pulled this month, which I'm going to make a point to go see this home. The cost was $280,000, so it's pretty amazing. And that's why I like to include them in the report, because they are not inexpensive housing anymore. Sometimes they're more than what our stick-built homes are. But I do think it's very helpful to the county, and if we can spread these permits out quite a bit. And probably one thing I ought to do is try to start determining, or have Mr. Tyson determine what districts they are in, so we'll know, but pretty much I know where they are. And concentration is still quite a bit in Districts 4 and District 3 and 4. Yep. That's really all I had, and at this time, for no other comment by commissioners, I'll turn it over to our county manager for her report.
Thank you. I just want to double check. I did want to introduce Rebecca Burbage to the board. She wasn't able to step in. She might be tied up trying to get your lunch delivered here today. But she's the new Economic Development Administrative Assistant.
Stay.
Here she is.
Did you call me?
Thank you. But this is Rebecca. Rebecca is our new Economic Development Administrative Assistant and Deputy Clerk to the board. So you all will be interacting with her a little bit, and we'll be working on getting her trained as a clerk. So you've been in the front of the manager's office in the last couple of weeks. You've seen that we've put another workstation up there, and so she will sit up there alongside of our clerk, Janice Evans. So thank you for being able to step in.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Nice to meet you.
I was asked to join the NCACC Risk Pool Board of Trustees, and I'm honored to do so. I will receive my orientation this week virtually and attend my first meeting on March the 3rd. If you'll recall, Z sat on that board, and I was honored for them to reach out to me and ask me to sit on that board as well.
Why don't you tell us a few words about what that board does?
Well, it's the risk management pool, and of course, Nash County is part of the pool for insurance, property liability, and workers' comp. So that pool works on a lot of the big cases that are being seen across the state.
Self-insured. That's the question. Is it self-insured by the counties that are in it?
The pool, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And I'll tell you more after I get my orientation this week. I would like to meet one-on-one with each of you, so I'll be reaching out this week to schedule those, maybe later on this week and next week, just to get some feedback from you and to share some ideas that I have moving forward. So be looking to hear from me about that. At our meeting on February the 21st, as Commissioner Outlaw stated, that's not like a normal second meeting of the month. So I did just want to verify with you this morning that you do or do not want to have committee reports at that meeting. Okay. Okay. I have, I'm developing an agenda with our finance officer, Donna Wood, and there's just some pretty big topics that I want to go ahead and put before the board and share information, make sure that you're up to speed on some of the issues that we need to deal with as we move into the budget season. So we'll take a little time to do that. That will be at 1:30 in the afternoon, like our normal time for our second meeting of the month on Monday, the 21st of February. The Soil and Water Regional meeting is being hosted by Nash County this year. It will be virtual, and that's going to be on February the 24th. I've been asked to do the welcome for our 11-county region. Again, that's virtual, but it is scheduled to start at 10 a.m., which is also when we have an economic development announcement for Savona Tech. So I may be in my car trying to do a welcome for that regional meeting, and hopefully we will be having that 10 o'clock announcement for economic development. As a reminder, we need to attend the NCACC district meeting on the 24th. So the 24th is going to be a busy day for us. We'll be together in the morning and into the evening. That's at 5 o'clock in Lewisburg. So I would imagine we need to start having some discussions about carpooling to get everyone there. I'm continuing to visit with our towns and their boards.
Excuse me, is that the 24th of this month?
Yes, sir.
What's during the day?
Pardon me?
What's during the day?
The announcement at Middlesex.
The 10 a.m. announcement.
Oh, okay, it is that day.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to keep y'all straight. So I'm continuing to meet with our towns, their boards and administrations. This month I'm visiting with Momeyer and the town of Bailey. I wanted to update you on the job study. That is progressing. We had meetings for supervisors and department heads 2 weeks ago, and staff have been working since then on filling out their job questionnaires. And those questionnaires are due by the end of this week. So that process is moving forward. Wanted to update you, United Way. Jonathan Boone is now leading our United Way committee here in Nash County. They met to start talking about some special fundraising events. We will be doing the Candygrams again this year for employees, where they can buy a Candygram for a coworker for $3, and to be delivered on Valentine's Day, Monday, February the 14th. So if you don't have that on your radar, Monday, February the 14th is Valentine's Day. We're also going to offer to employees to pay $3 to wear jeans on that day, and an additional $2 for them to wear their favorite sports jersey in recognition of Super Bowl that would have happened the day before, on Sunday the 13th. Earlier, we heard from a citizen about planning board minutes, so I would like to take an opportunity to update the board on planning board minutes. Please just let me offer that those meetings are being recorded, so if, at any point in time, if there is a citizen that would like to see that video, we can share that with them. But we are working with staff and have a plan in place to get minutes up to date for the planning board. The plan moving forward is that in their upcoming February meeting, they will be able to approve last month's January minutes, and then we will go back to where things kind of dropped off and have 2 sets of the oldest minutes ready for them to approve. So moving forward, until we get caught up, each planning board meeting, they will have their previous month's minutes to approve, as well as the furthest back 2 months. So they will be approving 3 sets of minutes in their meetings moving forward until we get caught up.
Thank you.
I also wanted to let you know that the interviewing committee for the assistant county manager position has provided me with their top 2 candidates. I will meet with those individuals later this week, and so hopefully we will have an outcome of that here shortly. And then also want to let you know that on Wednesday, February the 16th, the county will be hosting an American Red Cross blood drive for county employees and anyone who's willing to sign up for that and donate blood. And that's all I have to report.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of Stacy? All right, I appreciate that. We do have a need to go into closed session, and I guess lunch is probably in the back, so what we'll do is I'll call for a closed session meeting to begin about 15, 20 minutes after we call for the closed session, and then we'll immediately recess, and then we'll come back into closed session. The reason for the closed session is for economic development and matters of attorney-client privilege, and we've added 1 personnel item to the list as well. So I would entertain a motion at this time to go into closed session, subject to a recess before we actually open the closed session.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? And there is a possibility that we would have 1 action to take after the closed session back in open session. All right. We stand